According to the World Bank, Kenya has a varied climate. It is hot and humid in the coast, temperate inland, and arid or semi-arid with minimal rainfall in the northeast. However, Kenya has multiple vulnerabilities to climate change. The country may likely see an increase in the intensity of floods common to the region alongside changing temperature and rainfall patterns. Such climate-driven events will impact on the recent gains in social development and public health. The risk of malaria and other waterborne diseases are projected to increase in future years due to the changing climate conditions. More severe and frequent flooding may displace marginalized communities and increase the risk of waterborne diseases, escalate incidences of female genital mutilation, and higher temperatures may threaten food and national security, agricultural livelihoods, and increase heat-related deaths in the elderly.
Kwanza tangu mimi nikiwa mtoto mpaka wakati huu, kuna mabadiliko mengi ambaye yamejitokeza. Kwa mfano mbeleni ama miaka zingine za nyuma kulikuwa na mvua. Kuna ile mvua ya kwanza na kuna ile ya nyuma, na zote huwa inapatikana kwa muda unaofaa. Sasa wakati hiyo kulikuwa na nyasi mingi na kulikuwa na hatukuwa na shida, maana tulikuwa na maziwa. Lakini kufikia hizi wakati ama nyakati ambayo tuko sasa, kuna mabadiliko. Kwanza hata upande wa mvua haikuji kwa ile wakati ambaye tulikuwa tunapata. Inaenda nanga na misimu. Saa nyingine tunasema tunalima. Na tunalima ile wakati ambayo sisi tunajua mvua inakuja. Sasa tukilima mvua ikuji yenye sisi tunatarajia. Katika afya inatuathiri kwa sababu tunakosa chakula, na unajua tukikosa chakula afya yetu inasoroteka kwa sababu hatupati chakula ya kushiba. Unakuta watoto wameanza kuwa na ile, semekana watoto wako na kwashoko kwa sababu hawakuli chakula nzuri, hawapati chakula nzuri. Na maji pia tunakosa, juu zile chemchemi zote za maji zinakauka. Kiangazi ikiingia hakuna maji. So na tena inakuwa ile vumbi yote inaamuka, kila saa tunapata mahoma kwa sababu ya hiyo vumbi.
Tunategemeanga sana ng'ombe. Sasa kiangazi kikuja tunaweza hamisha, sikufe, zinakufa. Tunakuja sasa nyumbani na affect wasichana kwa sababu msichana akikuwa mdogo tunatairi. Sawa, tukimtairi ana nini, tunapeana sasa ndio tupate sisi turudishe hiyo livestock yetu, ndio kutukue na ng'ombe kidogo.
With a growing understanding of the human cost of a warming climate, the need for adaptation measures to protect health is now more important than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic makes clear the challenges faced by health systems around the world, resulting from large unexpected shifts in demand without sufficient adaptation or integration of health services across various sectors. As this public health crisis continues and is compounded by climate-attributable risks, rapid and proactive interventions are crucial to prepare for and build resilience to both the health threats of climate change and of pandemics.
Climate change due to increased greenhouse emissions causes about 150,000 deaths annually due to extreme weather events such as heat waves, flooding, droughts, among others. The direct cost to health is projected to be about $2 to $4 billion per annum. And this is expected to increase drastically by the year 2030. Developing countries, particularly those in sub-Saharan Africa, where most populations are dependent on climate-sensitive economies, besides bearing the heavy burden of communicable diseases, weak health system, and high poverty levels, are most vulnerable. Climate change, compounded with the effects of health, is likely to affect community health resilience, and if not addressed, will likely push the populations into deeper poverty pockets.
We cannot have a sustainable future without climate resilient and healthy societies. We all have an enormous role to play in the collective quest for public health by defining our climate actions, objectives, allocation of resources, mobilization of stakeholders, and accountability. This is why AMREF Health Africa in Kenya, the Ministry of Health, and Kenya Climate Innovation Center have come together to champion research, innovation, and partnerships in line with what we believe will confer direct benefits to enhance community health resilience by expanding and deepening partnerships among stakeholders, mainstream participatory community health resilience approaches, and finally, employing a gender perspective in climate change and health response to accelerate health equality and equity both between and within populations.
Indeed, climate change is a big threat, to our health systems. And this is because climate change have affected social and environmental determinants of health. Here I'm talking about clean air, I'm talking about sufficient food, I'm talking about even shelter. And also at the same time, it's also issues about, the heat that we have seen as a result of climate change. And indeed, all these things put together is that they are overwhelming our health systems. We've seen more diseases, we've seen more malnutrition because of lack of sufficient food. And at the same time, indoor house pollution still contributes, to some of the diseases that we've seen in the recent past. And when you look at it all together, it's an issue about the effects of climate change to the health systems in our continent of Africa.
The first initiative was to designate a unit responsible for climate change. So that time it was a unit called Waste Management Climate Change. Now it is a division of Waste Management, Climate Change and Pollution Control. And then also to form a coordinating mechanism which we call the Technical Working Group on Health. At the Ministry of Health level, we are partnering with the Ministry of Energy with support from World Bank to do solar. Have a solar, off-grid solar access to.
Mitigation. I'd like to welcome Dr. Edward Mungai to make his opening remarks and welcome us officially as we proceed the next level of the program. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Solomon. I think for now, I will only welcome you for those who are here physically. The idea is that we should have 50 people, and many of them, as you can see, are on the way. The second thing that I want to do is also to welcome those who are on Facebook, those who are on Zoom, and also those who are on YouTube. I'm told we have about 120 people who are listening in. But before I give my remarks, I would like, because Carol is, pressed a little bit about time, to invite Carol to be able to give her remarks. And once Carol is able to give her remarks, and she's joining us online, then she can be able to, or rather I can be able to come back and give my opening remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Thank you. There's a feedback. Let's have Carol online. Steve.
Everyone, I don't know who's online, so I will not go into salutations just to make sure that I don't miss on anyone. But I'd been informed that we'd have the Minister of Environment. I don't know if he's on, Honorable Kiraiko Tobiko, and the UN Resident Coordinator, Stephen Jackson, Danish Ambassador, His Excellency Ole Tonke, other development partners, private sector who are here and other sectors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me just say good morning. It's an interesting morning, and as we discuss climate, I think we are seeing it ourselves when the days keep changing, and we're not sure which weather we are dealing with right now, which shows that things have changed over time. But let me begin by saying, on behalf of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, I really do welcome you all. Thank you for this morning and joining the Corporate Commitment Conference on Climate Change and Sustainability. The conference is organized as a side event of the 26th session of Conference of Parties on Climate Change and marks a very significant milestone in the declaration of the commitment of private sector in Kenya as we join the global community in acting now for the realization of the development trajectory compatibility with limiting the global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees centigrade. As the apex body of the private sector in Kenya, KEPSA has been at the forefront in championing sustainable and inclusive business practices and efforts towards addressing climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. These efforts are coordinated through a dedicated environment, water and natural resources sector board that works closely with the government through the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, as well as the National Treasury and Planning. The adverse climatic events cause major socioeconomic impacts which affect the whole country and reduce economic growth. I'll just give an example. Sometime back in 2017, I remember joining the First Lady and the Red Cross and other partners to visit North Horr in Marsabit County. And for those who've been there know that it's the farthest constituency that we have in this country. As a result of the prolonged drought then that had deprived the residents' basic needs such as food and water, leaving them prone to diseases and prone to hunger. Their livestock, that is the source of their livelihood, were not spared either. It was devastating to see how mothers and children suffer when drought hits hard. In addition to the animal take-off program and disbursement of food by the government, with the coming back, I asked the private sector, could we mobilize funds? Can we be part of this initiative that the First Lady was leading? And we did as KEPSA members and even my own staff. And we really just said, can we at least do something of what was being done? And we made substantial contribution to the initiative. And this is again part of partnership, where we partner with government and we partner with other stakeholders and say, can we be our brothers and our sisters keepers? And what this really shows is that the changing weather patterns and the adverse effect of a changing climate is something we have experienced at business, as a business community, and even at personal levels as we experienced all this. And at KEPSA, the Sustainable Inclusive Business Kenya, SIB, the Knowledge Center established under the KEPSA Foundation through partnership between KEPSA Foundation and MVO NEDLAD, has been driving and catalyzing change by bringing companies and their stakeholders together to share knowledge and good practices and set goals to create a sustainable and inclusive economy and future-proof businesses with positive impact on people and planet. Our SIB Kenya has thus successfully implemented creating opportunities and elevating poverty through sustainable trade, what we call Coast One, which is a project in the coast where 101 youth were trained on creating value from waste and entrepreneur skills. And out of that, 19 business cases were developed and presented to a jury, and 13 were awarded seed funding from the project. Under the Coast 2 project, again in the coast, 102 women have been trained on the waste to value concept and financial literacy, and created linkages between the private sector and the women with the ambition to reduce the quantity of waste to the dump site by creating value. As KEPSA, we've been instrumental in championing the development of business-friendly policies and regulatory frameworks for addressing climate change and sustainability. This includes the development of the Climate Change Act in 2016, the National Climate Change Action Plan 2018 to 2022, and ongoing development of climate change regulations that seek to provide incentives for business implementing climate change initiatives. In all this, we've done our best to influence these policies, to influence these regulations, so that as business, we're playing our part. Other instruments include the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan 2016 to 2030, Sustainable Waste Management Policy and Bill 2021 that has gone through first reading at the National Assembly and will be again following that through until it becomes an act of parliament, and the extended producer responsibility regulations aimed at spurring circular approaches for combating climate change in the waste sector, among others. We also co-chair the Partnering for Green Growth and Global Goals P4G national platform with Kenya's National Treasury and has catalyzed 14 partnerships, both startup and scale up, to provide market-based solutions for combating climate change and realizing sustainable development goals in Kenya. The partnerships are providing sustainability and climate-oriented solutions in agriculture, water, energy, industry, and circular economy. Under the P4G New Plastics Economy Partnership in 2021, the Nyayo Estate, this is in Nairobi, was declared the first circular economy zone for implementing a circular approach to waste management by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The over 5,000 residents sought a waste at source. We are proud to have provided leadership and coordination for the implementation of new partnership for new plastic economy that has led to such a pace-setting outcome. Under the Kenya National P4G platform, we are pursuing special economic zones compatible with sustainability tenants, such as the planned Oserian Two-Lake Sustainable Special Economic Zone in Naivasha, as part of the Scaling Sustainable Industrial Cluster programs in Kenya. In addition, KEPSA, in collaboration with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, with support of the Green Climate Fund, GCF, through the National Treasury and Planning, is implementing the Readiness Support Project on enhancing capacity for planning and effective implementation of climate change adaptation in Kenya. The project's outcome on private sector is to strengthen and institutionalize private sector commitment, participation, investment, and innovative solutions for combating climate change in Kenya. The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change shows that limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade by end of the century requires rapid, immediate, and economy-wide reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The private sector strategy on climate change solutions in Kenya is a national commitment to guide private sector to prioritize actions, innovate, and implement climate change solutions for both adaptation and mitigation in Kenya. Private entities dominate many decisions key for adaptation, as the location and design of roads, buildings, and other infrastructure investments, agricultural research for development of more drought-resistant seeds and crops, circular approaches to waste and wastewater management, including infrastructure and technologies, development of adaptive technologies in all development sectors, and dissemination of adaptation products and services. Engaging the private sector, therefore, as a partner in implementing climate resilience measures and mitigation of emissions is essential for the realization of the transformation we all are yearning for. I therefore applaud the private sector leaders for meeting and adopting the private sector charter on climate change and sustainability that will be unveiled in this conference today. The 4CK conference, organized by Kenya Climate Innovation Center, KCIC Consulting Limited, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Nation Media, and one of our members, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, provides us with an opportunity to join the global leaders and communities around the world in acting now through a public declaration of our commitment to climate change and sustainability. The 10-point charter drawn from the private sector strategy on climate change shall be adopted as part of COP26, Kenya Private Sector Commitment Towards Net Zero. We all remember the Kenya for Kenyans initiative, which hit the country over 60 years, hit the Horn of Africa, affecting over 12 million people in the 2011. And as the private sector, we led the initiative, but brought every other Kenyan. And that taught us that when we work together, and we are able to target an initiative and be able to deliver to our brothers and sisters who are affected. And so again, as we did then, we did again in 2017 with the North Horr and other affected counties in the Northeastern. And again, we're saying, as we stand together, we know we are also facing a drought right now, and will not be left behind as a private sector, and will continue to be committed. But we need to do more than just being able to come in together and stand when there's a prolonged drought, but be able to affect and impact our climate so that we are not going through these cycles every 4 or 5 years. And so in the same spirit, I call upon us to use this conference to reflect, raise ambition, draw a roadmap, and declare private sector's commitment towards net zero for a sustainable and inclusive world for all. And with those remarks, I really would like to welcome you all for the 4CK conference and look forward to our deliberations and the outcomes that we will use to impact our climate so that we are not going through the changes that we are seeing today and join the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carol. Please, let's give her a loud round of applause. Thank you, Carol. I know you can still get us. Thank you for articulating those integral issues, and thank you also to KEPSA and for being the voice of the private sector in Kenya. It's interesting to listen to the things that she's spoken about the private sector strategy and also the 10-point charter that we'll be looking at later in the course of this conference. And the 10-point charter that we'll be looking at also borrows strongly from the private sector strategy. And indeed, for all of us who are here, we are part of the change makers, and we are not doing this just for ourselves, but also for the future generations. At this moment, I'm going to introduce Dr. Mungai once again. Dr. Mungai is the CEO of KCIC Group, that is Kenya Climate Innovation Center. He's very passionate about climate change and about addressing the effects, especially the negative effects of climate change, and also bringing in the role of the private sector in combating these effects of climate change. He's also the founder of Impact Africa. He's a marathoner. He's a 6-star world major marathoner. He was ranked top 40 under 40 and is a certified Scrum Master. He's an Eisenhower Fellow and also a Danida Fellow. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Mungai to give us the opening remarks and also to welcome us once again officially. Dr. Mungai.
Thank you, Solomon, for the introduction. And again, I'm standing here, on the existing protocol. And I like the fact that Solomon talked about marathons, because the man who introduced me to marathons is right in this room, and that is Ole Tonke, a long time ago, who is the Danish ambassador now. Then he was working for the Danish embassy, and once in a while we would go for a run. I was going for a walk, Ore was running, and he could rope us a couple of times. Ore, maybe we should try this very soon. Looking forward. So I want also to welcome you once again, to this conference. And truly is about private sector. And I don't want to bore you with many things. I just want to talk to you about 5 things. Number 1 is to tell you these commitments that you are making will eventually become good business. What are we saying? In the past 10, 5, 3 years, basically what we've been doing is that we've been doing things sometimes to feel good. But the call to action now, and with the 10 points, it's all about doing good as good business. For private sector, it's very critical that we have the business case. And indeed, that business case has been demonstrated, and it is the business case that we just need to follow, and eventually future generations will have better livelihoods. I must say, as KCIC, we were established about 10 years ago by the Danish embassy, again, with the Danish funding, Danish taxpayers' money, to be able to champion how private sector can be able to get into the discussions of climate change. It was visionary. Today, we are saying we need more action from the private sector. The Danish government had seen it 10 years ago. And based on that is how they backed KCIC, which works with small and medium enterprises to entrench climate change within their business model. Oftentimes, we are told climate change, and it's true that climate change is the biggest threat facing the humankind in the 21st century. Yes, it is true. But one other story is that it also creates a lot of opportunity. And this is what we are called for as private sector, to go for those opportunities. And how does that look like? You know, it's my second point. Globally, we require 600 billion US dollars every year, all the way to the year 2030, if we are going to maintain it to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. It is 600 billion. Now the question is, who is contributing this money? The good news is that, you know, globally again, 50% of that money, in fact, 51% of that money is coming from the public sector, whereas 49% is coming from the private sector. So indeed, globally we are doing okay. But let's look at home. In Kenya, we have quantified the amount required. It is $6 billion. It's $6 billion, shillings, which is required. It's $6 billion, which is required every year for the private sector, or rather to fund the NDC that we've got, which is 32% of cutting of emissions by the year 2030. Now the 600 billion, let's go back to 2018. We have the latest data from 2018. It says that Kenya had financial flows for climate change worth 250 billion shillings, 2.5 billion shillings, or rather $1 billion. Out of that, only less than 10% was coming from the private sector. So indeed, the Kenyan private sector is not doing enough. There is opportunity. As I said, we require 600 billion every year to get to 2030 if we are going to deliver the 32% emissions or carbon emissions that the government have promised. Now, that by itself is a big opportunity. When we look at those numbers, you realize that close to 180 billion shillings is going for mitigation, which is my third point. And only like 20 billion is going to adaptation. Yes, adaptation is hard to do. It is hard to demonstrate the business case, but that's where the gems are. So my encouragement, again, as my third point this morning, is to encourage the private sector to tap that opportunity. First, from point 2 is 600 billion, which is required. How much of that share can we be able to take and make it good business? And the third point is that we must be able to grow our adaptation funding. We must be able to roll our sleeves, look into agriculture, look into water, and so that we can be able to provide our livelihoods with resilience. So we must look into adaptation. Now, the fourth point, as we go through this journey, we must be committed to invest. And in fact, is one of the points, or rather to invest in capacity building, we must be able to invest in tools that will enable us to be able to get to that level. Unfortunately, the time of working in silos is gone. We must be able to collaboratively work. And I think this is exactly why, together with KEPSA, we felt that it was important to have this conference. So that then we can be able to bring, the private sector, and together we can go far. Together we can be able to provide livelihoods with better, future generations with better livelihoods. The last point that I want to talk about is that the strategic document that was presented by KEPSA with the funding of FAO, and which we'll be launching today, have also some very good elements there. And it tells us that for this coordination to happen, CBIN will be an important vehicle. Climate Business Information Network. We as KCIC, we are still committed because our DNA is about supporting businesses to think about climate change, and we feel very strongly that CBIN will be a vehicle that can help to coordinate, but also to bring best practices and to bring the best tools and capacity building to the private sector for us to be able to move to the next point. So in that case, we are putting our commitment, to KEPSA and to other partners to be able to continue championing that direction of CBIN, and hopefully with all those 5 points, we will be able to be at a better place. Again, friends, It is about commitments. This conference is the first one in a series that we are going to take in the next couple of years. It is not an event. It is a journey we are starting, and hopefully we can be able to mobilize more resources for private sector so that the private sector can do enough to be able to safeguard future generations. Once again, welcome to Strathmore University and to KCIC, and I wish you all the very best in your deliberation today, and hopefully we can have proper commitments at the end of the day. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let's give Dr. Mungai a better round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Mungai. I like how passionately you talk about climate change and how you brought in the issue of partnerships for combating climate change in line with the SDG number 17. And indeed, it is a collective effort, like Dr. Mungai has said. So the private sector needs to come in and put a lot of synergy to ensure that we make the world a better place for the present and future generations. I like what Safaricom says, leave no one behind. So far, 92% of the more than 5,000 sites in Safaricom's network are running on either national grid or renewable energy. There is limited use of fossil fuels. Safaricom has also planted more than 800,000 trees under their carbon offset tree growing initiative, which is also part of the commitment to grow 5 million trees in 5 years. This deserves a very good applause, but before that, representing the CEO, Mr. Peter Ndegwa, I'm going to invite Dennis Chepkwony from Safaricom to give us his address. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you very much, Solomon. I'm here on behalf of the CEO for Safaricom, Mr. Peter Ndegwa, and as has been said, my name is Dennis. I'm happy to be here. I think the call to climate action is worth the response of everyone because it affects all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of Safaricom, I'm happy to be here. The Cabinet Secretary, I'm told he's online. I don't know whether that is accurate. For Environment, Honorable Keriako Tobiko, the CEO for KCIC, Dr. Mungai, CEO for KEPSA, Carol Kariuki, Danish Ambassador, Ambassador Ole Tonke, UN Resident Coordinator, Stephen Jackson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Safaricom and Safaricom CEO, it is a pleasure to be here, to be present, to commit to the 10-point charter climate change in our efforts to improve climate. As a responsible corporate citizen, Safaricom has for long been concerned about climate change and its effect on our country and stakeholders. This is why we are focused and committed to our ambition to become net zero emitting company by 2050. As a company, we do calculate our carbon footprint every year to understand sources and amount of our emissions through the activities that we do to provide service to our customers. We have introduced a science-based carbon reduction targets to help us plan progress towards becoming a net zero company by 2050. We've since committed to a series of reduction targets, and that includes 43% reduction by 2030 and a 74% reduction of our emissions by 2050. From a 2017 base year, which the Science-Based Target Teams Initiative has approved for us. This is an independent body that drives ambitious climate action in the private sector by enabling companies to set science-based emission targets globally. So the initiative is independently assessed and it approved our targets in line with a strict range of target setting that we went through. And in addition, we also are careful to calculate our carbon emissions year on year through the different scopes that we have, using our compound average growth rate interpolation between our 2016 baseline. So we started in 2016, and 2050, we make sure that every year we make a step towards our targets, towards where we are going. So based on the existing technology, we estimate that we'll reduce our scope 1 emissions, particularly those related to fuel usage for energy generation in our operations, and scope 2 indirect emissions through electricity generation use by 74%. So this is the main scope that we are targeting in our reduction initiatives. So to ensure that we meet these targets in the future, we continue to transition our network sites into renewable sources of energy, with the priority being the national grid. We know that the national grid is heavily dependent on renewable energy, and that's why the focus is actually going into the national grid as a main power source for our sites. So far, we've also transitioned 255 of our sites to renewable energy and hybrid sources, with another over 5,000 already connected to the national grid. So our strategy for carbon reduction is anchored on transitioning as many sites as possible to renewable energy sources. This means connecting new and existing sites to the national grid as a main source of energy, because as I said, the national grid is largely dependent on renewable energy sources. You're also investing in hybrid systems for energy, and you'll realize, ladies and gentlemen, that our activity on energy generation and use is heavy. That's why our key focus is on energy. So we also invest in hybrid energy solutions and deep cycle batteries that's so powerful for use during outages. We are actually now accelerating development of distributed solar generation systems within our network, despite the constraints that we face around the space that we have to operate in across the country. Although we've experienced suboptimal solar system performance in the past due to lack of proper monitoring mechanisms, which has actually resulted in reduced effectiveness, we've now developed a robust mechanism for that monitoring to happen. And now moving to systems modernization that includes adoption of lithium batteries as opposed to the lead acid batteries that we've used for a long time as a storage system. They're more efficient, you're able to monitor them remotely, and therefore we believe that efficiency that we've desired will be achieved in this way. Additionally, we have over 1,000 sites now distributed across our country that are lined up to be powered by solar by 2022, with a progressive plan to get more than 80% of these sites to be powered by solar. So on top of connection to the grid as a primary source of power in our estate. This has been positive performance with the acceleration of functional and high-capacity solar solutions in the network. So Safaricom is also working with communities and Kenya Forest Service to plant Safaricom forest to ensure that we play a role in carbon offsetting, because we realize that we'll not be able to do net zero unless we add the initiatives for offsetting on top of the efficiency initiatives and renewable initiatives that we are doing. We have to add the initiatives for offsetting to make sure that our target for net zero carbon is achievable. So in 2019, we announced our ambition to grow 5 million trees in 5 years in partnership with Kenya Forest Service to offset our scope 3 emissions while rehabilitating deforested sections of Kenya forests. Despite COVID-19 related restrictions, we've managed to grow 850,000 seedlings, as has been said, in over 850 hectares in 4 sites in Kieni, Marmanet, Kakamega, and Nandi forests. This program alone will see to it that we have set a 26% estimate of our emissions. At Safaricom, we understand that this world problem can be solved faster through concerted efforts. Instead of working in silos, we have much more to gain if we partner strategically and streamline our efforts to scale the impacts of our programs and initiatives. And this is why we are partners with the United Nations Global Compact, and we participate in the UNGC Action Platform on Climate Ambition, whose strategy is to halve emissions by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. Safaricom has also partnered with 4R Digital, which is a B2B service company developing the Carbon Value Exchange Program that monetizes carbon reduction and sequestration activities from a range of micro, small projects. Using technology, advancements in remote sensing, device connectivity, such as the Internet of Things, and digital payments, the platform will enable micro, small projects to be rewarded for reducing and removing carbon emissions in highly transparent, auditable, and fair way. 4R Digital is collaborating with the Safaricom Forest project to test the use case whereby affordable and accessible technologies can connect the community forest project to international carbon markets. This will be achieved by tracking forest growth, issuing carbon credits, ensuring demand for recognition, and facilitating direct repayments of sales activity to community forest associations with the help of mobile money payment solutions like M-Pesa. Central to the success of the forestation use case is the project validation and planting activity and accurate estimation of the future carbon value at the time of planting and the subsequent measurement of biomass accumulated and the carbon removed. The forestry ground data recorded digitally using a mobile phone-based technology and tools will be combined with remote sensing imagery to enable forest age estimation, tree species, tree counts, tree density, growth rate, and other changes such as deforestation. This dramatically reduces the need for manual fieldwork to build valuable data on forest and improve data precision and quality. We are also part of the private sector engagement and involvement in Environment Sector Board land restoration initiatives under the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, because of such initiatives and our desire to transform lives, we are ready to commit to the 10-point charter. The 26th session of the Conference of the Parties, COP26 in Glasgow, brings parties together to accelerate action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The main goal of the conference, as you all know, is to secure net zero by 2050 and protect communities and habitats, finance climate activities, especially adaptation, and forge partnerships to deliver on climate goals. The session we have today is part of implementation of this agenda. We believe that the 4C 10-point charter will significantly build our joint success, that is between the government and private sector, to hasten the changes we wish to see in our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Please, let's give him another round of applause. It's very interesting that the fresh wave of technological advancement is deepening our understanding of the issues of climate change, but also giving us solutions towards climate change. And the role of innovation in addressing climate change cannot be underestimated. So thank you very much on behalf of the team, and thanks to Safaricom for being a trendsetter in this front. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, that is the UNFCCC, established the International Environmental Treaty to combat dangerous interference by human beings on climate change. And as global leaders are gathering in Glasgow for the COP26, the message is one, that it is an urgent time to save the planet. And probably this is the best last chance that we have to save the planet against the scorching adverse effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome from the United Nations, the resident coordinator who is taking a front lead in strategically positioning the United Nations country team in Kenya to respond to the current national priorities, among them climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. I'm going to welcome Mr. Stephen Jackson, who is a UN resident coordinator in Kenya. He will be joining us online. Mr. Stephen Jackson, if you can get us.
Yes, good morning. I hear you.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning.
Not only do I hear you, I was hearing myself on feedback there, but it seems to have stopped. If the technicians could allow me to put on my camera, I'd have the pleasure of showing myself to you. Hello? Hello there.
Yes, kindly have your camera on.
Yes, I'm afraid that function is disabled for me at this end. Perhaps it can be enabled by the technicians. Hello there.
Yes, it is the fresh wave of
Yes, it
technology.
is the fresh wave of yes, it is the fresh wave of yes, it is the fresh wave of yes.
Hello, I'm not sure if you're hearing me okay.
We can get you loud and clear. Probably you can proceed as they sort out the
Chair, I'll try to do that, though there is a rather large amount of echo coming to us online that perhaps they will need to take care of also. Anyway, these are the challenges we face. I'm going to go ahead and assume that you can hear me okay. So, Excellencies and friends, as you were just saying, last week on the eve of the Conference of the Parties, otherwise known as COP26, in Glasgow, the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, put it very succinctly and I think very devastating, careening towards climate catastrophe. Friends, the potentially world-ending impact of carbon dioxide emissions is real, it is immediate, it is felt. On the eve of the COP, the total sum of the climate promises made by the 193 member states of the United Nations left us gaping and gazing at a truly appalling warming of the planet by the end. Seen some report lating this morning suggesting that as a result of COP26 we might have shaved that fractionally downwards to a warming of 2.4 degrees, and even that remains to be confirmed. But even if it is confirmed, it is, and it remains woefully inadequate. It is whole oceans away, and I think that that's rather an apt metaphor, whole oceans away, given the catastrophic rise in sea levels projected, whole oceans away from the already barely livable 1.5 degree rise that was at the heart of the ambition of the Paris Agreement. Now, friends, to some in the industrial north, where I come from, these things can seem abstract, unreal, or at least far off in the distant future. I've had friends at home say to me, well, who can really truly imagine what life might be like in 2100? Well, here in Kenya, we don't have to imagine. This change is real, it is now, it is devastating. Kenya's people are already suffering, as Carol mentioned just earlier, Kenya's people are already suffering the severe impact of the climate emergency in real time. As I am speaking to you right now, close to 2.5 million of your citizens, men, women, especially children, are facing severe aggravated food insecurity because of 2 failed rains. And should the present short rains fail, then by January, severe food insecurity will have turned into acute malnutrition. In other words, unless action is taken now, there will be deaths. Indeed, when I was in Wajir just recently to launch our Drive to Peel, I was already seeing livestock dying, which, as you all know, is a leading indicator of incipient crisis. Now, I'm happy to say that the UN, international partners and government have all stepped up, and as of the end of September, UN Kenya and our partners were already reaching almost 800,000 Kenyans with cash, food, livelihood support, livestock feed, water support. And the government at national and county levels is also mobilizing, but much, much more needs to be done. And I would appeal to the private sector, as Carol just did, to play the leading role that it always has done. The private sector's support in this short-run climate emergency is crucial. And I want to thank my brother from Safaricom in particular. It's because of Safaricom and enterprises like yours that it is possible for us to respond with cash transfers via M-Pesa and other platforms to those who need it most. Cash transfers are transparent, they're quick, they're precise in their targeting, they're entirely accountable, they're low cost. So this is just one way in which the private sector's innovation is helping Kenya to respond better in the short run, but we also need the private sector's engagement over the long term, and this is where today's event comes in. First of all, as speaker from KCIC, said a little earlier, we urgently need your long-term engagement in building resilient, adapted, climate-smart agriculture and livelihoods, particularly in northern Kenya, but across the whole of Kenya. And we really, in the United Nations, look forward to engaging with you going forward. Because, friends, these droughts are not natural disasters anymore. They're becoming much, much more recurrent, much, much more intense, and much, much more long-lasting, all because of this man-made and largely northern-made climate emergency. The Secretary General's panel of independent experts has been enormously, exhaustingly almost, clear on this point. So these livelihoods that we need to create that are climate change adapted, they're going to require financing to help Kenya and Kenyans adapt. Previous speaker was bang on the money about that. So we need adaptation financing. COP26 has seen a renewed push on this front, but we've yet to see the breakthrough that we need. Meanwhile, most of the discussion at COP26 has been about climate mitigation. Simply defined, that means finance to reduce the CO2 that polluters emit. And now we really come to the purpose of today's event. Kenya, as of now, actually produces a minuscule proportion of the world's CO2 emissions, about 1/2000th. But, and you know this very well, this hides the reality that our CO2 emissions from Kenya are growing fast as this extraordinary economy burgeons, even in the face of the COVID pandemic. So our CO2 emissions are at the moment growing as fast as our economy is. And it's really imperative that Kenya avoids sorry, a little bit of an echo there again, that it's really imperative that Kenya avoids the mistakes that my part of the world has made, the kinds of mistakes with our industrialization in the north that have now imperiled the planet. Kenya must grow. Kenya must continue to grow. Kenya has a right to continue to grow, but Kenya must grow green. And that means growing in a way that reduces rather than adds to Kenya's still modest CO2 emissions levels. It means innovating and adopting precisely the kind of climate-smart technologies that my brother from Safaricom was just talking about, and doing that from the get-go, not later on. It means embracing the ambition for net zero now, and it means making as much noise as you can as private sector leaders about these critical steps, so that others are pressed into, forced into, obliged to follow your lead. And so, friends, as I begin to wind up, that's where I really want to bring you, the private sector leadership of this great country, the organizers of this terrifically important corporate commitment to climate change. I want to bring you UN Kenya's heartiest congratulations. This climate commitment that you, the nation's leading entrepreneurs, are making this morning, it gives us that promise of green growth. It's an incredible promise, a visionary one. It's a promise that can place Kenya's businesses and business leaders visibly in the global vanguard of the change that the planet urgently needs. And be warned this morning, friends, it is a promise to which the people of Kenya, the people of the planet, and certainly the United Nations intend to hold you. We intend to hold you to that promise. From the UN side, what we offer, well, we can help you first and foremost measure the baselines of Kenya's current CO2 emissions, so you know where you've come from and where you've reached. We can help you measure. Oh, little bit of feedback again. I'll just wait until it subsides. I hope you're not victims of it at your end. So we can help you measure those CO2 baselines. We can help you measure where you are right now in terms of your climate promise, so that down the line, you know where you have reached, and we also know. You're well aware that Kenya is the world's environmental capital, the environmental hub. You have the environmental hub. You have the environmental hub. You have the environmental. Sorry, feed challenges. Sorry, feed challenges. Because this is where here in Gigiri, this is where here in Gigiri we have the global headquarters of the United Nations Environment Programme, and that means that some of the planet's foremost climate experts are just a phone call away. So I'm urging you, as Kenya's business leaders, to call on us. Let us help you determine, monitor, measure, report on your climate promise. Here I am in the car, as you can see. Goodness, lots of technical challenges, but technical opportunities this morning, but a great pleasure to confirm that I really am with you in spirit. So let us help you determine, monitor, with this climate promise. Let's help you publicize it. We're your willing partners to help facilitate any interactions you need with Kenya government, and also at the international, at the global level in terms of climate experts. So with all of that said, and finally appearing with you on screen and without, I hope, the technical echoes, it's really my great pleasure on behalf of the United Nations here in Kenya and globally on behalf of the Secretary General to witness this moment of huge promise and importance. Please know that through me, the UN is with you and is watching and willing to help. But more important is hope and great expectation. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Amid the technical hitches, we could still get your message, and your message was very loud and clear, and it was, I can say, your message is home. The climate change involves every nation, and if unchecked, tough consequences will affect all the nations. And the United Nations is the only platform, or is the only forum in the world, in which an agreement aimed at reducing greenhouse gases and combating climate change can realistically be brokered across all the nations in the world. And now Stephen is also making a clarion call to all of us in the private sector that we hold the promise to a green future. And this is something that the United Nations is willing and ready to support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I remember sometime last year, I think it was around September, when the President Uhuru Kenyatta was welcoming the Denmark ambassador to Kenya, His Excellency Ole Thonke. And one of the things that really stood out for me was Ole Thonke saying that he is happy to return to Kenya and to represent the government of Denmark in the country. And I remember him saying that new solutions and new technologies to promote the sustainable development goals in Kenya was a priority for him. The Denmark Embassy, or the Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya, has been on the forefront of fighting climate change through mitigation and adaptation practices and through the support to organizations like KCIC, among others. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ole Thonke, the Ambassador to the Royal Danish Embassy. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that. And also a big thank you for inviting us to this very, very important event. I think three years ago, more or less today actually, I was responsible in Denmark for hosting an event on how to get the private sector more engaged in climate change and the sustainable development goals. So for me, it's actually fantastic to come here to Kenya to find an event with more or less the same headline 3 years later. I think this is all part of COP and the ambitions to do more on climate change and sustainable development. And we've all been listening and getting the news from Glasgow of all the promises that have been made from basically all countries all over the world and a lot of different actors at a global level. And for Denmark, for instance, we pledged to reduce our carbon emissions by 70% by 2030. We have pledged 1.7 billion Kenya shillings to phase out coal at a global level. We initiated an alliance to be beyond oil and gas, to end fossil fuel explorations globally. We pledged $500,000 for climate adaptation. And we've also participated and pledged funding for the FLOCA World Bank initiative here in Kenya to combat the climate adaptation. And just like Denmark, all countries who's been there has been pledging, promising how to go about and how to combat climate change. As Stephen alluded to just before, the fact of the matter is that's just not enough. We are looking into temperature rises of somewhere between 2.4% in a very positive scenario and 3 degrees, 2.4 degrees and 3 degrees. Again, in spite of all these challenges, we are not doing enough. And at the COP, it's mainly been governments pledging the funding and how to go about things. But if we are to get anywhere on this journey of climate change, we need the private sector to be much more engaged at a global level. It's both in terms of the financing, private financing of both adaptation and mitigation measures. where it's obviously much easier to make money and to be profitable if you're financing a wind turbine park or a solar park or a geothermal park, than to actually do the adaptation part. And that's going to be a key thing in the years to come of how to attract private financing to adaptation. And we need, as also been alluded to in the previous speeches, private sector's ability to innovate, to find new models, to find new ways of doing things and production much more sustainable. Here in Kenya, of course, Denmark, we are proud of our partnership with KCIC. It's been amazing to observe how KCIC has grown from a kind of a small startup. Immediately after me and Edward, we stopped running together, to now actually be a real important actor in Kenya in this sphere of sustainable development and getting the private sector on board. In Denmark, to fulfill our targets of 70%, the government realized there's no chance that we will get there just as a government. We need to work with all actors in society, and especially we need to work with the private sector. So what they did was they called in all the CEOs from the private sector into 14 different sector partnerships, where the job at hand for each and one of them was basically to say, how can we in the transport sector, in the garment sector, in the energy sector, how can we contribute to Denmark's aim of a 70% CO2 reduction? So that meant that all private sector companies in Denmark, they had to get engaged, they had to look at their businesses, they had to look at how can they change that in order to reach the overall goal for Denmark. And through that, we actually came a very long way in reaching the targets. And that's measures that are needed. The public sector and the private sector need to work much closer together to actually get to these targets that we all need to. In Kenya, I'm very happy to learn that both CAM and KEPSA are now working with government to actually see how can the private sector help to ensure that the goals of the Kenya government of 32% are being upheld, and what can the private sector, how can they make that happen? Because if you think about it, we need a complete transformation of our societies into sustainability and into CO2 reductions for us to achieve what we need to do. So what has happened is that the Confederation of Danish Industries are working together with CAM and KEPSA. They are now doing studies on how to go about it, and I see a lot of future in this way forward. In Denmark, the public-private partnerships and some of the things that have come out of this has been, for instance, to champion what we term energy islands. So really go into scale. Some of these islands will make enough energy for 5 million households. They are now trying to innovate that some of these energy islands with huge wind turbines can produce hydrogen instead of electricity as a means to store the energy and to move forward in that manner. In Kenya, as also mentioned by the CEO of KEPSA, we are working together with different partners, including KEPSA, on the P4G to make private companies of Kenya work together with government in finding solutions. Private sector coming up with the business idea, with the innovations that are more sustainable, and then governments are coming up with new regulation that actually means that you can implement those business ideas. There are 14 partnerships now in Kenya, and it's everything from e-bodabodas, bodabodas that runs on electricity and not gasoline, to the sustainable industrial park in Naivasha. The example from Denmark is that when Google and Apple, they decided where to put their huge parks of data centers, they chose Denmark, and they chose areas close to where they could get the renewable energy from the wind turbines in Denmark. Another area which is equally important in Kenya is the circular economy. A lot is going on, but if you look at the prospects of how much waste are being produced in Kenya, nowadays it's around 22,000 tons. And of course, much more is being reused in a country like Kenya if I compare to Denmark. But still, the prospects of increased urbanization and the way of living in urban areas will produce much more waste in the Kenya in the years to come. It is estimated that in 2030 you will have 3 times as much waste as you have right now, which is already a problem to cope with. For us and for a Dane, that's of course a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. The circular economy has come a very, very long way, and there's a lot of possibilities to move that forward in Kenya. I have a lot of hope for the upcoming extended producer responsibility bill, which means that when companies in Kenya produce some things, they need to take into account that it should be able to be reused, for instance. That will push a lot. For instance, just a very basic example, Sprite have gone from using the green plastic bottles in Kenya to now the white plastic bottles. That is important because it's very difficult to reuse a green plastic bottle, whereas it's very simple to reuse a white plastic bottle. Another example is I visited recently Takataka, which is a recycle station that actually buys the waste from some of the big waste dumps in Kenya, sorts it and make a profitable business out of it, mainly reusing the plastics, but basically reusing all the waste that they're doing. So these smart, innovative business ideas are there. Governments need to put in new bills and laws and regulations in place to push in that direction, and that's why the public-private collaboration is so important in Kenya to really push this forward. Finally, I'd like to commend both the Kenyan government but also the Kenyan private sector. I actually think you have come quite a long way. You are all ready and willing to engage in this. I think many of you have also realized that the consumers are changing. The young people of Kenya want more sustainable produced goods. That's a trend we've seen in Denmark for decades. So the point that Edward was making in the beginning, that it's actually good business to make sustainable business, I believe will come here in Kenya too. And the first movers on these markets will be the one that will be most profitable out of this. So there's a lot of opportunities for Kenyan enterprises. You are already engaged. Much more needs to be done, but we from Denmark's side, we are here to share our experience, our know-how, technology in the different areas, and of course support initiatives like this one and KCIC in general. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you for the great insights you've shared, and also for the comparison and the insights about the private sector in Denmark. Indeed, there is a lot that we are going to learn as a private sector in Kenya, which plays a very vital role. It offers employment. In every 10 jobs, 9 are offered by the private sector, not only in Kenya, but also in other developing countries. So it has a very important role to play in achieving net zero and the SDGs in general, and also solving all the global problems. So many private sector actors support the SDGs and have joined the UN Global Compact, and so it is a clarion call to all of us in this room and also those of us joining online that it is our time to take action. We have a number of people joining online, over 130, and they've shared a lot of messages of goodwill. I can see Johnson Boyer from NYC. I can see also we have Agal Limited joining us online. We have Peter Mutiso joining us from Machakos. We have also Tommaso Menini, who is saying that the private sector is indeed well represented. We also have Paul Mwilu from Self-Help Africa, also joining us online. We have so many congratulatory messages to all the speakers who have gone before, starting with Edward, Carol, Jackson, Peter, and the ambassador. We have the County Director of Fisheries joining us online, that is from the County of Machakos. We have someone asking whether the recordings will be shared because the insights are really deep and practical. Yes, they will be shared. And also we are live. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitter. You can follow the conversation live using the hashtag 4CKenya as well as COP26. At this moment, I'm going to invite the next speaker who will take us through the 10-point charter. This is what I will say is sort of our treaty or internal treaty-making process. So Prabhakar Vanam will take us through the bit of explaining about the 10-point charter, which could also be termed as our negotiation. And then after he's done with his presentation or with his talk, we are going to accept this 10-point charter, and symbolically we are going to sign on that board that you can see over there, just talking about our commitment that on this day we have made a declaration that we are going to take climate action as the private sector in Kenya. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome Prabhakar Vanam, the CEO of KCIC Consulting Limited, KCL. Prabhakar.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good morning, everyone. Those who are here as well as who joined from online. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today and to also go through all this 10-point charter. As Solomon was mentioning, it's our negotiation. It's in that world today where we are talking about negotiations. While COP is happening, here we are today negotiating our own 10-point charter. And let me also tell you that it was not a hard negotiation in that sense. We had all the private sector willingly coming forward, agreeing to the 10-point charter that was put forward with them. There was a lot of deliberations that happened, a lot of backroom chat that happened before we came to this 10-point charter. And KEPSA has been leading on this. KEPSA, as you all know, had a strategy, private sector strategy plus climate change. So as part of that, there was a good document that was prepared. And as part of that strategy, we tried to pull this 10 points out, which was presented to we had conducted some PPDs, public-private dialogues, with the private sector, with the decision makers, with the CEOs joining in, as well as the KEPSA board joining in. And then we had deliberations, and based on that, we have this 10 points. So what are these 10 points? These 10 points obviously speak to the guiding framework of the NDC of Kenya. It speaks to the NACCP. It speaks to all the climate change policies, practices that Kenya has developed, so that private sector becomes part of that framework and not as a separate entity. So private sector is here to contribute Kenya achieve those visions and missions that Kenya as a country has committed. Thank you. The first point is obviously when we are talking about emissions, we have to talk about GHG emissions. So the Kenya private sector hereby committing to reduce GHG emissions by 5%. So that's the first commitment that the private sector is willing to make, which means they will be adopting technologies, they will be adopting policy systems at their own companies, which will ensure that they are able to reduce their own emissions by at least 5%. This will be in line with the Kenya NDC's abatement of 32%. Number one. Number two is to integrate climate change mitigation and adaptation policies into their own practices at their own companies. So whatever they are doing, be it manufacturing, be it service, be it whatever industry they are in, they would like to integrate the mitigation and adaptation actions into business models. Number three, this is very important, enhance investments and mobilize private capital for implementation of climate change projects across the country. Not just with the government, but also within their own companies. So they'll be able to mobilize some resources, they'll be able to mobilize some funding to implement some climate change projects. Fourth, as we all know, there are few companies in Kenya who have been doing stellar work, like Safaricom gave a very detailed presentation. But there are many companies who are also now getting into the ABCs of climate change. So that speaks to the fourth charter, which is about raising awareness and building capacity building of their own staff, about creating awareness about climate change and building capacities of what they need to do as individuals and what they need to do as companies to mitigate or to reduce the mitigations of climate change. Number five is about investing in low carbon and climate resilient projects. So it's like finding out some alternatives before they embark upon their implementation strategies. It's about finding about various alternatives which can mitigate the climate change emissions. Number six, this is specifically for the financial institutions, the banks and the insurance sector of the lot, is to develop green products and services that are climate sensitive, because most often we are looking forward, especially the enterprises or the companies are looking forward to some green investments, but they are also looking for some incentives. So this is where I think financial institutions are coming and playing their part to ensure that they will come up with some innovative financing mechanism or coming up with some green financing products. Number seven, integrating gender. Most of our community is also agriculture oriented, and most of the women who are working in the agriculture field are in the forefront of this of the actions of climate change. So number seventh point, which private sector is kind of committing here, is to integrate gender equality considerations within the climate change planning processes. So we are talking about across all the value chains. We are talking about promoting some gender responsive climate technologies. Number eight is about sustainable strategies. We all know, Ambassador was here talking about how Denmark has been spearheading. So we all know that there has to be some regulations, some framework. So here we are, the private sector committing that they would be coming up with some sustainable strategies for business enterprises, including net zero strategies. They will be developing for their own company as to how they want to become or when they want to become a net zero company. Number nine is about developing standards and policies that will enable organizations to integrate climate change within their own organizations. And lastly, which is not least, is to contribute to help government of Kenya to contribute with their technical know-how to take part in various negotiations that happen at the national level, regional level, county level, to share with them the best practices they have been implementing within their own companies so that it becomes a national movement and not just their own company's movement. So these are the 10 points, and I'm very grateful for the private sector, very grateful for KEPSA for spearheading this, and we are very grateful. And with these 10 points, I'm 100% certain that the Kenya National NDC is in safe hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vanam. Before you go, you're going to lead the delegation that is going to that signing board, where we are going to now put our assent to the 10 points that we've just discussed, led by the ambassador, Dr. Mungai. Please joining the signing ceremony. Caesar Mwangi, kindly join us from ICA. Chepkoni from Safaricom. FSD CEO, kindly join us in this ceremonial signing ceremony. So what we are going to do right now, led by the ambassador, you'll just pick a pen, put in your name, organization, and signature. And each of us who is in this room will also have the chance to append their signature to this. You can pose for a photo as you sign, Your Excellency. Pose a bit for a photo as you sign. Thank you very much. You can sign next, please. Please also pause. Thank you. Dr. Mungai, you can go next. Thank you. Representing Safaricom. Thank you very much. Please go next. Next, we are going to have Faith. Thank you very much, FSD CEO. Thank you, Faith. We are then going to have Prabhakar Vanam. What is written here is that we, the undersigned, today, 10th of November 2021, make a declaration that we are committed to combating climate change. So we are the climate action leaders in Kenya. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break as we have our breakfast at the atrium outside there. But before you step out to have your breakfast, kindly pass by here and append your signature. You'll give us your name, organization, and signature. And then after that, we are going to take a photo with this board. Then for the leaders who have already signed, outside here, we are going to join Kennedy. Kennedy is this gentleman over here, so that we take a group photo. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly feel free to come and sign on this board, and then you can join us outside for the group photo. So before we go, we can have our photo, the first photo here. Thank you. Those are great smiles coming from you. Thank you very much. So I welcome all of us to join us for breakfast at the atrium, as we also get to interact with each other, but also for those of us who are yet to sign, kindly come ahead and sign. There are enough pens here. Kindly ensure that you sanitize as well. We are going to have a break for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, we are going to congregate back here for the next session that involves a panel discussion. We will have 3 panel discussions on very pertinent issues. The first one, moderated by Faith Ngigi from KEPSA, will be on the highlights of the private sector strategy on climate change. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us gather back here at 9:30 so that we can proceed to the next session. Thank you very much. Remember to observe COVID-19 protocols. Please have your mask on. Remember to sanitize and also keep social distance.
Kenya Climate Innovation Center is a center which is trying to help Kenya to become more resilient to climate change. That said, our job is really to help the private sector, especially small and medium enterprises, to look at climate change as an opportunity. We started operations in 2012, funded by the Danish government and the UK government through the World Bank, and with the sole aim of trying to resolve some of the challenges that entrepreneurs or businesses are facing from this part of the world.
We have 5 sets of interventions in KCIC. So our interventions are really basically based on the gaps that have been identified in the market. So some of those gaps that have been identified are lack of financing. We have a challenge in terms of awareness creation. The other one is lack of incubation facilities in this country. So KCIC's mandate really has been to address those 3 challenges through 5 areas.
And that is how we have mapped our services. It includes things like business advisory. We also provide them with information, which is very critical for them to be able to put this together. The third thing that we do provide is that enabling environment.
Dash Polymer is a firm that works at converting waste plastic into industrial fuel. We started working with KCIC in June 2019, and they've helped us through trainings, especially in human resource and marketing. They have also helped us just to understand the business, and also they have helped us to improve our website.
Tulisikia aloe secondary flora ndio iko nyingi Laikipia North. Tuliamua kupanda shamba ili tupande hiyo mmea ya aloe. Laikipia Permaculture ni wafadhili wetu ambao wanatusaidia.
Permaculture is a sustainable human settlements program that looks into people system, animal system, the environment, our buildings, and how we coexist in this region. So it's actually a demonstration center to train people on all these things on climate change.
So we work with these Maasai women groups of 311. The main resource that we have in Laikipia is aloe secundiflora. So we've worked with these women groups on how they can make use of this aloe to gain income.
KCIC gave us a mentor to see us through how do we work with the communities, how do we market our products, how do we take care of the natural resources, and also the exposure out there so that people are getting aware of what they need to do.
Machakos County is one of the driest regions in Kenya. So like in this region, the rainfall is below 500 millimeters annually. I run a startup called Maji Agri Solutions Limited, which helps farmers to shift from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation. I've been receiving support from KCIC for the last 2 years. It's been very helpful, basically because as a startup, there are so many challenges that one goes through. And one big support or help that KCIC has helped me to overcome is to run the business and to scale it and to market my product.
The fourth thing that we do provide is what I call access to facilities. I mean, the space at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the makeup spaces that we have collaborated with others for the purposes of providing workshopping space, storage spaces, is also important for those enterprises. And finally, and very creative, is that we provide financing. And the financing that we provide is from proof of concept, where we have up to a maximum of $50,000, which we give as a grant.
We recycle agricultural and industrial wastes. We sun dry. We bring to the factory. We compress under what we call ram and piston technology into hard 3D duplicates. They are economical. They are smokeless. They have high caloric value than the normal firewood that we use, and it's clean energy. Initially, KCIC gave me the initial trainings. The trainings included financial management, human resource, and a program which was called mentorship and the acceleration program. Originally, I used to sun dry my raw materials. It reached a point where I needed to increase my capacity. one of the machineries that I required was a dryer. I approached KCIC, I gave them my problem, they came and saw the need that would drive the company ahead, which was a dryer, and they gave me $50,000 US.
We need, even as Kenyans, to come up with innovations that will support us in dealing with the effects of climate change. Otherwise, the planet will have no future. So we are calling upon Kenyans who have innovations in the 5 sectors that we have mentioned. So that is the energy, water, agribusiness, commercial forestry, and also waste management, to put up the application, to put in the application to KCIC.
KCIC 3.0 will consist of 5 elements. One will be the traditional, if you like, work of KCIC, where we've been working with climate change businesses. It will also include what we are calling the Agribiz program. This is a program which is designed to serve young people and women in the agriculture sector. It's kind of, we are trying to say, we want to make agriculture cool again. Number 3 within KCIC 3.0 is KCIC Consulting. And KCIC Consulting basically is a kind of resource mobilization tool where we are saying, let's provide services to third parties who then, those resources can be used to support our enterprises. The fourth thing is special projects. Once in a while we get special projects from our partners, maybe from Danida, maybe from World Intellectual Property Organization, or maybe even from CTCN, for us to be able to help them on a certain issue. And that's a special project in the sense that it have a timeline and it have a deliverable which must be delivered at that point, but around the same topic of climate change. And finally, we are going to establish what is called the Center for Corporate Sustainability. And the whole idea behind that center is that we want to create the awareness to Kenyans. We want to tell them we cannot continue consuming and producing the way we've been. We have to change our ways.
We are very grateful to KCIC so far for the journey that we've walked, for the areas of improvement that they have assisted us, and we're looking at in future for them to assist us get even more financing for us to be able to grow the business.
KCIC medama yananta nkai tenkara ke tokiti sidain ya start. Thank you.
I've benefited a lot from KCIC, the support that I've been receiving. I look forward to learning more, to gaining more, to expanding more of my business. So as we look forward, I say thank you KCIC. Asanteni sana.
Kenya Climate Innovation Center is a center which is trying to help Kenya to become more resilient to climate change. That said, our job is really to help the private sector, especially small and medium enterprises, to look at climate change as an opportunity. We started operations in 2012, funded by the Danish government and the UK government through the World Bank, and with the sole aim of trying to resolve some of the challenges that entrepreneurs or businesses are facing from this part of the world.
We have 5 sets of interventions in KCIC. So our interventions are really basically based on the gaps that have been identified in the market. So some of those gaps that have been identified, lack of financing. We have a challenge in terms of awareness creation. The other one is lack of incubation facilities in this country. So KCIC's mandate really has been to address those three challenges through 5 areas.
And that is how we have mapped our services. It includes things like business advisory. We also provide them with information, which is very critical for them to be able to put this together. The third thing that we do provide is that enabling environment.
Dash Polymer is a firm that works at converting waste plastic into industrial fuel. We started working with KCIC in June 2019, and they've helped us through trainings, especially in human resource and marketing. They've also helped us just to understand the business, and also they have helped us to improve our website.
Tulisikia aloe secondary flora ndio iko nyingi Laikipia North. Tuliamua kupanda shamba ili
work with the communities. How do we market our products? How do we take care of the natural resources? And also the exposure out there so that people are getting aware of what they need to do.
Machakos County is one of the driest regions in Kenya. So like in this region, the rainfall is below 500 millimeters annually. I run a startup called Maji Agri Solutions Limited, which helps farmers to shift from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation. I've been receiving support from KCIC for the last 2 years. It's been very helpful, basically because as a startup, there are so many challenges that one goes through. And one big support or help that KCIC has helped me to overcome is to run the business and to scale it and to market my product.
The fourth thing that we do provide is what I call access to facilities. I mean, the space at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the makeup spaces that we have collaborated with others for the purposes of providing workshopping space, storage spaces, is also important for those enterprises. And finally, and very creative, is that we provide financing. And the financing that we provide is from proof of concept, where we have up to a maximum of $50,000, which we give as a grant.
We recycle agricultural and industrial wastes. We sun dry, we bring to the factory, we compress under what we call ram and piston technology into hard 3D duplicates. They are economical, they are smokeless, they have high caloric value than the normal firewood that we use, and it's clean energy. Initially, KCIC gave me the initial trainings. The trainings included financial management, human resource, and a program which was called mentorship and the acceleration program. Originally, I used to sun dry my raw materials. It reached a point where I needed to increase my capacity. One of the machineries that I required was a dryer. I approached KCIC, I gave them my problem. They came and saw the need that would drive the company ahead, which was a dryer, and they gave me $50,000 US.
We need, even as Kenyans, to come up with innovations that will support us in dealing with the effects of climate change. Otherwise, the planet will have no future. So we are calling upon Kenyans who have innovations in the 5 sectors that we have mentioned. So that is the energy, water, agribusiness, commercial forestry, and also waste management, to put up the application, to put in the application to KCIC.
KCIC 3.0 will consist of 5 elements. One will be the traditional, if you like, work of KCIC, where we've been working with climate change businesses. It will also include what we are calling the Agribiz program. This is a program which is designed to serve young people and women in the agriculture sector. It's kind of, we are trying to say, we want to make agriculture cool again. Number 3 within KCIC 3.0 is KCIC Consulting. And KCIC Consulting basically is a kind of resource mobilization tool where we are saying, let's provide services to third parties who then, those resources can be used to support our enterprises. The fourth thing is special projects. Once in a while we get special projects from our partners, maybe from Danida, maybe from World Intellectual Property Organization, or maybe even from CTCN, for us to be able to help them on a certain issue. And that's a special project in the sense that it have a timeline and it have a deliverable which must be delivered at that point, but around the same topic of climate change. And finally, we are going to establish what is called the Center for Corporate Sustainability. And the whole idea behind that center is that we want to create the awareness to Kenyans. We want to tell them we cannot continue consuming and producing the way we've been. We have to change our ways.
We are very grateful to KCIC so far for the journey that we've walked, for the areas of improvement that they have assisted us, and we're looking at in future for them to assist us get even more financing for us to be able to grow the business.
KCIC medama yananda nkai tenkara ke tokiti sidain ya starter. Thank you.
I've benefited a lot from KCIC, the support that I've been receiving. I look forward to learning more, to gaining more, to expanding more of my business. So as we look forward, I say thank you KCIC. Asanteni sana.
Kenya Climate Innovation Center is a center which is trying to help Kenya to become more resilient to climate change. That said, our job is really to help the private sector, especially small and medium enterprises, to look at climate change as an opportunity. We started operations in 2012, funded by the Danish government and the UK government through the World Bank, and with the sole aim of trying to resolve some of the challenges that entrepreneurs or businesses are facing from this part of the world.
We have 5 sets of interventions in KCIC. So our interventions are really basically based on the gaps that have been identified in the market. So some of those gaps that have been identified are lack of financing. We have a challenge in terms of awareness creation. The other one is lack of incubation facilities in this country. So KCIC's mandate really has been to address those 3 challenges through 5 areas.
And that is how we have mapped our services. It includes things like business advisory. We also provide them with information, which is very critical for them to be able to put this together. The third thing that we do provide is that enabling environment.
Dash Polymer is a firm that works at converting waste plastic into industrial fuel. We started working with KCIC in June 2019, and they've helped us through trainings, especially in human resource and marketing. They've also helped us just to understand the business, and also they have helped us to improve our website.
Tulisikia aloe secondary flora ndio iko nyingi like piano. Tuliamua kupanda shamba ili tupande hiyo mmea ya aloe. Lakini permaculture ni wafadhili wetu ambao wanatusaidia.
Permaculture is a sustainable human settlements program that looks into people system, animal system, the environment, our buildings, and how we coexist in this region. So it's actually a demonstration center to train people on all these things on climate change.
So we work with these Maasai women groups of 311. The main resource that we have in Laikipia is aloe secundiflora. So we've worked with these women groups on how they can make use of this aloe to gain income.
KCIC gave us a mentor to see us through how do we work with the communities, how do we market our products, how do we take care of the natural resources, and also the exposure out there so that people are getting aware of what they need to do.
Machakos County is one of the driest regions in Kenya. So like in this region, the rainfall is below 500 millimeters annually. I run a startup called Maji Agri Solutions Limited, which helps farmers to shift from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation. I've been receiving support from KCIC for the last 2 years, basically because as a startup, there are so many challenges that one goes through, and one big support or help that KCIC has helped me to overcome is to run the business and to scale it and to market my product.
The fourth thing that we do provide is what I call access to facilities. I mean, the space at Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the makeup spaces that we have collaborated with others for the purposes of providing workshopping space, storage spaces, is also important for those enterprises. And finally, and very creative, is that we provide financing. And the financing that we provide is from proof of concept, where we have up to a maximum of $50,000, which we give as a grant.
We recycle agricultural and industrial wastes. We sun dry. We bring to the factory. We compress under what we call ram and piston technology into hard 3D duplicates. They are economical. They are smokeless. They have high caloric value than the normal firewood that we use, and it's clean energy. Initially, KCIC gave me the initial trainings. The trainings included financial management, human resource, and a program which was called mentorship and the acceleration program. Originally, I used to sun dry my raw materials. it reached a point where I needed to increase my capacity. One of the machineries that I required was a dryer. I approached KCIC, I gave them my problem. They came and saw the need that would drive the company ahead, which was a dryer. And they gave me $50,000 US.
We need, even as Kenyans, to come up with innovations that will support us in dealing with the effects of climate change. Otherwise, the planet will have no future. So we are calling upon Kenyans who have innovations in the 5 sectors that we have mentioned. So that is the energy, water, agribusiness, commercial forestry, and also waste management, to put up the application, to put in the application to KCIC.
KCIC 3.0 will consist of 5 elements. One will be the traditional, if you like, work of KCIC, where we've been working with climate change businesses. It will also include what we are calling the Agribiz program. This is a program which is designed to serve young people and women in the agriculture sector. It's kind of, we are trying to say, we want to make agriculture cool again. Number 3 within KCIC 3.0 is KCIC Consulting. And KCIC Consulting basically is a kind of resource mobilization tool where we are saying, let's provide services to third parties who then, those resources can be used to support our enterprises. The fourth thing is special projects. Once in a while we get special projects from our partners, maybe from Danida, maybe from World Intellectual Property Organization, or maybe even from CTCN, for us to be able to help them on a certain issue. And that's a special project in the sense that it have a timeline and it have a deliverable which must be delivered at that point, but around the same topic of climate change. And finally, we are going to establish what is called the Center for Corporate Sustainability. And the whole idea behind that center is that we want to create the awareness to Kenyans. We want to tell them we cannot continue consuming and producing the way we've been. We have to change our ways.
We are very grateful to KCIC so far for the journey that we've walked, for the areas of improvement that they have assisted us, and we're looking at in future for them to assist us get even more financing for us to be able to grow the business.
KCIC medama yananta nkai tenkara ke tokiti sidai nia start. Thank you.
I've benefited a lot from KCIC, the support that I've been receiving. I look forward to learning more, to gaining more, to expanding more of my business. So as we look forward, I say thank you KCIC. Asanteni sana.
Njoroge, as the technical team sets that up. As the technical team sets that up, we had a function at KCIC 2 years ago, and the chief guest was the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta. She spoke so passionately about climate change and the adverse effects that it has on mankind, especially here in Kenya. She termed climate change as the inconvenient truth. I'd like to request the team, the technical team, if we can have that video as we get to settle down, to go up on our screens, and let's hear what the First Lady had to say about the inconvenient truth.
Climate change is a global problem, but unfortunately it is seen as a myth or an inconvenient truth. Kenya is vulnerable to climate change, and that calls for us to think differently, to act differently, and with urgency, because climate-related disasters, particularly extreme droughts and floods, are becoming more frequent. It is adversely impacting livelihoods. It is affecting the health of many, particularly women, children, the elderly, and persons living with disabilities. It has exposed the vulnerable and marginalized communities living in areas with poor infrastructure to untold suffering.
I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Njoroge. Sorry about that. Dr. Njoroge from KEPSA to take us through the private sector strategy on climate change. Sorry. Is he there? Or a representative from KEPSA? So as we wait for Dr. Njoroge, let's have on stage Mr. Michael Koech. Mr. Michael Koech is the manager, Climate and Environmental Management at Safaricom PLC. Please take the seat at the farthest end with your microphone. Joining us in this panel discussion, we'll also have Tekla from FAO, Kenya. Tekla, are you there? Thank you. Please take the next seat. And then we will finally have Faith Ngigi from KEPSA, who will be moderating this session, talking about the pertinent topic of private sector strategy on climate change. They will also be addressing the progress of the private sector in addressing climate action, and also share with us some very practical points about how the private sector, where we are all leaders, can take the lead in climate action. Remember, we are also live on Facebook and on YouTube, and you can join the conversation using 4C Kenya. There is also a huge number of more than 140 joining us on Zoom, and I can see so many messages coming in. I'm going to sample a few as we wait for Dr. Njoroge. Tum Lillian says that she has a big cry to participate in getting rid of e-waste from houses having known the danger of living with the e-waste. So I know it's one of the topics that will be addressed in one of the panel discussions is about e-waste. Then we have Julius, who is talking about the need for effort in promoting women-led youth and youth enterprises. Is part of what KCIC does with the AgriBiz program. And also somebody is asking what are some of the initiatives around the transport sector. I know Faith is also going to touch on that. Then we have someone else joining us from Lamu, waiting to hear from the panelists and their wealth of knowledge. We have Joshua Orwa. He says hello and is joining us from Isinya, Kajiado. He's from Latia Agribusiness Training Institute. We also have a student joining us from Egerton University in Njoro. He or she, Neema Miriti. He or she is very interested in the discussion that we are having. We also have Frashia Wangeshi from Jufra Foods in the Asal areas. So let's continue sending in our comments on Facebook, on YouTube, and also on this platform of Zoom. We'll also have the chance to pass the mic to the audience that is seated here so that they can engage with the audience, with the panelists, and get to ask their questions. So we are going to go to the panel discussion moderated by Faith from KEPSA. Then we'll have the presentation of the strategy done after this session. Faith, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. I believe we've just taken some tea, and therefore there's some energy. Let's see some energy in the room. So in this particular session, we will be looking at the progress of private sector in addressing climate action in Kenya. And why it is important is because the private sector faces significant exposure to climate risks through its assets, operations, and supply chain. The National Climate Change Action Plan 2018-2022 recognizes the significant role that private sector plays in addressing climate change in Kenya. This includes impact on water and energy supply, ecosystem degradation, poor infrastructure, among others. It is therefore important to engage the private sector not only as a source of funding, but also as implementers of solutions and climate change priorities. On the other hand, the innovativeness and agility of the private sector is a strength that can be tapped into in developing innovative solutions for tackling climate change. Therefore, in this session, we'll get an overview of the private sector strategy on climate change, and we'll also have a panel discussion. Hopefully, we'll be able to unpack some of the adaptation and mitigation strategies and their impact on business sustainability, approaches for mapping climate hotspots in our business. We'll also discuss barriers and drivers for private sector in addressing climate change, the role of sustainability reporting in addressing climate change, corporate commitments to net zero, and lastly, the role of development partners in supporting private sector and the vulnerable in the society. So you can see it's a packed session, and we'll do our best to be able to deliver this. So as you await Dr. Njoroge, who was to give us an overview of the strategy, and I hope he can be able to let us know when he's arrived, I just go straight to my panelists. I have two. This other seat is for Dr. Njoroge. I have Mr. Michael Koech, the Manager for Environment and Natural Resources at Safaricom, and I have Tekla Mutie, the Technical Advisor from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. So we will start with adaptation and mitigation strategies on business sustainability. And the first question maybe you need to answer, is there really a case for private sector involvement in climate change? And how can private sector really invest in climate change? So Michael, I know you've heard a lot about Safaricom this morning when you were given at the opening speech. But nonetheless, we'd like you to just give us an overview. How did Safaricom find it compelling that it could actually start tackling climate change in its business strategies, and what has been the impact of this journey? Michael?
Thank you, Faith, and really, indeed, a pleasure to be here in this session this morning. So I think I would start by reflecting on the presentation that was made in the morning. Safaricom, we've been in now about 10 years in terms of the journey. I know it started even earlier, looking at sustainability, and climate is at the center of it. And why do we say so? It's because as private sector, we are part of the problem. And so we also need to be part of the solution. If you look at the emissions, that we've talked about in the morning, it ranges from transport, fossil fuel burning, mining, industry, generation of energy and stuff. All this actually are operations that private sector get involved so that they are able to make businesses run. And so when you look at the impact, you then need to reflect back and say, what then can businesses do to ensure that some of these impacts are actually reversed? So the first step we've taken is to look at the SDGs, look at where we can make impact and climate, and then reflect on our business operations and see which are these areas that we need to do something about to actually reverse. It has also been known that it actually makes business sense, to be sustainable in the long run. So what we've done is to integrate sustainability to be part of our sustainability business strategy. We are a purpose-led technology company, and purpose really speaks to sustainability, because you are there not just to make profits. It's about the 3 Ps. People talk about, the planet, purpose, and profit to follow. So in our case, we've done what we call materiality assessment. We've looked at where we can make impact, and then now build strategies and sustainable strategies around it. And ultimately, we've seen the impact in terms of what we are able to do, what we are able to support our customers, achieve in the sustainability journey. Yeah.
So thank you, Michael, for letting us know that repurposing business mission is key. And I hope we will get an exposition of the materiality concepts, because we are really trying to bring this into business, as in now let's talk business in climate change, so that the rest can also be able to find avenues of doing the same. Tekla, you represent development partners, and development partners play a key role in supporting both government and even private sector players and even civil society. What would you say is the role of FAO in the whole climate change discourse in Kenya?
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. As you are all aware, the role of the Food and Agriculture Organization is to eliminate hunger, food insecurity, malnutrition within the various sectors. So as we come in our role in climate change, these are areas that are indeed affected. We work with the national government, the county government, in several interventions and other development partners. So the work of FAO is to support different projects. And what we have done so far, we have focused on vulnerable communities, mostly in the ASAL areas. So we are working in close to 10 counties in areas that are affected by climate change. And what we are doing with, in liaison with various ministries, departments, and agencies, we are promoting climate smart agriculture, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. And we are also working with the Ministry of Environment and the CCD department. So what we have been able to achieve so far in this is to be able to map out vulnerable communities within these areas and provide interventions. I'll highlight a few of the things that we have been able to achieve so far is cash transfers. So we've been able to support close to 10,000 households with cash transfers. And again, these households are mapped out through impact assessment studies. And one example is the recent issue of desert locust, where we successfully were able to handle the invasion. We had 3 invasions in the country, and people were affected, and there was lots of food insecurity issues. So we were able to at least map out 17 counties and give them livelihood restoration interventions. We've also created something called digital villages. And in digital villages, we work with farmers at county level, together with the units at county. And what we do is we look at the production cycles, we train the farmers through a digital platform, and then we come up with sustainable practices that they can be able to implement from that. On matters rehabilitation, we have a GEF project that is ongoing. We are working in areas like the Lewa Conservancies, Marsabit, Mount Kulal, and we have a greening project there, where we are planting trees to be able to recover some of the degraded ecosystems. In addition to that, we also promote lots of capacity building. As you are aware, FAO, the role of FAO is to provide knowledge. And we have done lots of work on agronomy, in the area of agronomy and animal husbandry. Thank you, Faith.
Quite lots of work done there. So I'll take us to the next thematic area. You've all identified what you're doing. Could you please give us the journey of how you mapped exactly what you needed to do and the strategies that informed those decisions? So starting with Safaricom, what informed the decision for renewable energy? Maybe I can direct you for waste management and for technology-driven solutions in climate change. And also for Tekla then, those areas that you've mapped out, why not Nairobi? Why those areas? What was the methodology used to make that decision? Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So thanks, Faith. I think for us it's about the long term in terms of being there, not today, not tomorrow, but for posterity. And so integrating some of or most of this into your business strategy will actually ensure that you survive into the long term. If you look at the business risks, climate and issues around climate is really big now. We've seen that it affects, like for us, our network relies 100% on power. So when there is a power outage, for example, you're not able as a customer to get the services that you would require. You cannot make your M-Pesa, you cannot do internet, and the rest. So it's about the impact of some of these things on climate, and I mean on the operations. So if you look at, you don't need a lot of science to see what is happening. You've seen long droughts, and then immediately thereafter there's flooding. That really affects agriculture, it affects energy generation and all this. So it's about looking at your business risks and also the opportunities that are there. So coming to renewable energy, we've mapped out where our emissions are coming from. So if you look at scope 1, which is the things that we can directly control, we use diesel for standby diesel generators in most of our sites. And for a fact, we are the biggest consumers of power in Kenya. We operate 5,800, close to 6,000 now, sites, and each and every single site actually uses power of some sort. So that's one area. So then what we need to do is to ensure that we go renewable, because we've set ourselves to be a net zero organization by the year 2050. And so part of the things is to reduce the scope 1 emissions, which are from standby diesel generators, as well as to reduce our electricity consumption. And it's a very difficult balance, because remember, we are also expanding. So we are getting in more customers, we are adding more services into our platform. And so it requires more technology, that means more power consumed. So we are looking at all this and saying then, we then need to be more renewable, more sustainable by having solar solutions, hybrid solutions, wind energy where it's possible, and of course the overall strategy around being more efficient and getting more out of the power that you use. We also have a role, to help our customers to be renewable. And when you look at, for example, the COVID period that we've come through, most of these meetings, including the meeting that we are in now, are being done online. So what that has done is it has reduced travel, for example. We don't need to, travel to meetings to do physical and then meet physically. So in a way, we actually reduce emissions. And that's why internet and connectivity is really key. Coming to waste, I think as an organization, we also have a responsibility not to be the part of the problem in Dandora, for example. And so that's why the concept of circular economy is what we've incorporated as part of our sustainability agenda. SDG 12 speaks about responsible consumption and production. And internally, we now have a strategy of 100% recycling of the waste that we generate. I know we are not the biggest generators of solid waste, but we still have a responsibility, because e-waste, as someone has mentioned in the conversation, is actually a problem. It's a growing stream of waste that has really hazardous health and environment impacts if it's not well managed. So we are working with different partners to ensure that we spread the information around electronic waste. We collect and we use our shops, about 50 or so of them across the country, to actually collect. The intention here and the target is to collect almost a volume equivalent to what we generate. So whether we sell phones that are used, we need to recoup back that into the system through e-waste collection and recycling. So we continue to invest in different technologies around this, as well as now the use of IoT to support also other sectors. If you look at, if you can imagine, like for Kenya Power, the organization that gives power, if we were to have smart meters, for example, all across, so that you don't have all these people going around and reading the meters, sometimes not giving the right information. So you're able to monitor your consumption of power remotely. You're able to see areas where you need to improve. You're able to even set the timings on how, the peak hours and the low hours, so that you're able to redirect and see where consumption happening. So there's a lot around IoT or Internet of Things that we also support the platform to ensure that we support our consumers and our customers to be renewable. I think the last bit I would want to mention is around the net zero, around the science-based targets that we've set ourselves. You see, they normally say, if you cannot measure, then you cannot control. So we've also set ourselves targets. We know where we want to go. And I know it's a real challenge and it's a journey, but we hold ourselves accountable to ensure that we get there by the period that we've mentioned.
Well, I'll ask you about that science-based approach, but thank you for highlighting your e-waste. Maybe just follow up on the same, because I know there's someone in the audience who is interested about the plastic challenge. How has Safaricom addressed the plastic? The SIM cards we have today, was something done about it, that we have less plastic in the SIM card? In 1 minute, please.
Yes. All of us know where we started from in terms of the size of the SIM card that we had. You remember those days when there was this pouch, plus the plastic inside, plus polythene and things. But what we've done in the process of reducing our impact around plastics is actually to reduce the size of the SIM card that holds the plastic by 50%. And there is even now evolving technology around SIM-less phones, and we really look forward to see how that also comes to shape out. Out of that, we've been able to minimize our impact on environment, as well as also save on cost, because now, you can imagine if you have the plastic size, the savings that you make out of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you all are holding a SIM card that is now eco-friendly, courtesy of Safaricom. So thanks, Michael Tekla. The decisions you made and the choices, what informed that?
Thank you. As you may be aware, what we do essentially is to build building climate resilience and sustainable livelihoods. So at FAO, we do not work alone. We work with other development partners and the ministries. So why not Nairobi was the question, why we went to the areas that we have been working on, the counties that I was reflecting. This is as a result of impact assessment studies that were done. And they were done by the ministry, that is through a collaboration. And exactly what came out of that is the areas in the ASALs are more affected. And these are the areas I was talking about where there's less rainfall being received and the implications of drought and flooding. So this is what led us to such areas, and also from the impact assessment report, we were able to see that there were issues relating to awareness. People were not aware exactly which seeds to use and what livestock intervention methods to apply, in addition to access to funds. So that's how we were able to find ourselves in the ASAL areas with our projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the major lesson there is that businesses have to map out their emission hot points, so you don't just make a blind decision. And also it's important to carry out climate impact assessment, just to be able to know where you are intervening. Daktari, we've been waiting for you. I'm glad you're here. So seated next to me is Dr. Njoroge, a sustainable and climate change expert. So my question to him, now that you came, is what do you think are the drivers and the barriers of private sector involvement in climate change? Is it that easy?
Thank you, Faith, and good morning, everyone. When we talk of the private sector, we have to see it from its heterogeneity status. That even if we say the private sector, then it is very diverse. Looking at it from the lower side of it, the micro, the small, and the medium enterprises, all the way to the larger corporate, the Safaricom, the EABL. So then when we talk of the barriers or the challenges that these enterprises face in terms of investing in climate change, then we have to see that they can be grouped together, because the ability of these enterprises then is diverse. But having said that, we can largely categorize the barriers that the private sector faces in terms of responding to climate change into 4. The first one is what we'll call information barriers. And this is in terms of what information do the private sector enterprises have. Do they have any information? And if they have any information, what do they do with that information? Because you will find a group of private sector enterprises that have the information, they know what to do about it. There's another category that has the information, but they don't know what to do about it. And there's the group, which now the majority, that do not have the information. Then the second category of barriers is what I would call capacity constraints. Capacity, this looks at the technical issues of climate change. We have the information, but are we able to respond it within ourselves as the private sector? Do we have the technical know-how and the knowledge to, for example, come up with products that we can use to respond to supply chain disruptions caused by climate change? Or are we able, for example, if we want to invest in climate adaptation or mitigation, do we have the technical know-how within the enterprises to develop bankable proposals that we can use to raise funding either from financial institutions, from the public sector, or internationally from the development sector? Then that category, and is connected to what I have said, is the financial barriers. You find, for example, for micro, small, and medium enterprises, who are the majority within the private sector, they do not have access to climate finance through which they can use either to climate-proof their processes, their operations, their supply chain, etc. And then definitely we are in the global south, where the financial market is not that very strong, and the products that are provided out there are not as many as you would expect. So you find a small enterprises at the end of the country, for example, operating from Lodwar in Turkana, or from Kisumu, or from Taita Taveta. They face the same challenges that development finance or other SMEs have faced in accessing development finance historically. Then if you compare that now maybe with the larger corporates who have their own resources that they can deploy, then you see how different then the sector looks. So in a nutshell, then we can say, Faith, that we have the capacity barriers, we have the financial barriers, we have the informational barriers, and finally we have the institutional barriers. And institutional barriers here relates to the policy framework and the neighboring environment within the country. You will hear the private sector talking of we do not have the right incentives, or the policy framework is not very conducive for us to respond to these climate challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for making us feel the weight of what we've got to deal with. So I'll go back to Thekla and ask as our partners in this discourse, what support has been offered to help private sector overcome the barriers like Dr. Njoroge has talked about?
Thank you. FAO is an accredited entity in climate financing, and specifically for the Green Climate Fund. So what we have done in recognition of the country's commitment to the national determined contributions, and also the national adaptation plans and the action plans, the NCAP within the country. There are special things that need to be done, not only by the public sector, but also by the private sector. So what FAO has done as an accredited facility, we prepared a proposal to the Green Climate Fund for strengthening the National Adaptation Plan readiness for various ministries, departments, including the private sector. So we are working with KEPSA, which plays a lead role here, in giving them capacity, enabling them to be able to invest more in climate change adaptation programs. And KEPSA is bringing on board other private sector players. In several areas, we have activities that we are ongoing under the Green Climate Fund. And what we did basically was to identify all the players, a majority of players in the private sector, and to establish a local network for the private sector facilities to be able to start engaging in climate change talks, and also programs on how they can integrate actions and adaptations within their programs. So about 50 climate-based information networks are on board through KEPSA. In addition to that, through the fund, we were able to fund this study of establishing barriers within the private sector facilities and come up with this strategy that has been presented here. So what we look forward is to empower the private sector more by supporting concept notes that are able to integrate climate change adaptation programs in relation to the NCAP and the NAP readiness within their programs, policies, and plans. And finally, we are also working on sensitization. And here, through the CBIN network, we are going to sensitize the private sector facility under this GCF NAP readiness project, so that the private sector understands better on how to access climate financing and also accreditation through the GCF private sector facility. Lastly, what we are doing, we are going to establish a strong linkage with the National Treasury. The National Treasury here is the non-designated authority under the GCF component. So we are going to establish a strong network where the National Treasury is going to help us establish public-private partnerships, which will be able to help in catalyzing of investments opportunities in climate change adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thekla. And at this point in time, maybe I'll ask Dr. Njoroge to give us his experience as a member of CBIN, the Climate Business Information Network. You can see it as experts. What has been your experience engaging in that platform?
Thank you, Faith. So the CBIN Kenya, as Thekla has mentioned, is the link to the private sector on matters to do with climate change. And if I may talk about my experience, is that it has enabled various subsectors of the private sector to come together and discuss their issues in a sectoral way, because you will understand that matters to do with climate change then affect various sectors differently. So the way agriculture is affected by climate change is different from the way energy sector, for example, is affected by climate change. The responses also to these challenges are different. So under the CBIN, then it has been possible to bring together those specific groups, be it in agriculture, be it in built environment, in energy, whereby now we get to discuss issues that relate to the sector and how to respond to issues to do with climate change, what are the solutions, what are the business opportunities for the private sector within those subsectors.
Thank you. And CBIN has a number of sectors, that is agriculture, trading, manufacturing, forestry, tourism, Have I forgotten another one?
Built environment.
And the built environment, so enabling very cross-sectoral discussion around climate change, knowing that one sector affects the other one. At this point in time, I'll engage our online participants. They're engaging with us, and they'd like to have their voice heard in this session. So I welcome, is it Samuel? To just help us know what our online participants are saying just before we come into the room. You've heard so much, and we could have an interaction moment. Thank you.
Thank you. As you take your sip of water, we have a lot of engagement coming in via Twitter and via the participants joining us through Zoom. But also, I'd like to take questions from the members who are here. So in case you have a question, kindly raise up your hand and the microphone will be passed over to you. So I welcome any questions that we may have. Kindly lift up your hand and the microphone will be passed over to you. Over there, Tobias.
Yes, my name is Graif Maragia from Crime Agroforestry Limited from Kisii County. My question goes to Tekra. When are you planning to expand your activities to Kisii and Nyamira County?
We have another one just next to him.
Thank you. My name is Nixon Ashiono from Kakamega County. I'm the youth coordinator for Kakamega County Youth Agripreneurs Association and Chirobani Environmental Youth Group. My question goes to Madam Tekla of FAO. You have talked of trying to do rehabilitation in the degraded ecosystems, but you have not told us what you are doing about to protect the existing ecosystems that are already in place, like maybe the Kakamega rainforest and so on. And another general question to Madam Tekla and Mr. Koech. Now that we are talking of providing or sorting out the environmental issues, should we also not think of the sector providing enough address to youth unemployment? Because actually it is contributing so much to the degradation that is happening, like especially if I can quote the Kakamega rainforest. Because like the Kakamega rainforest, it is in the verge of being fenced by the World Bank, and the county government of Kakamega is working towards that initiative. But if you try to see the kind of degradation that is taking place day in, day out, over 2,000 bags of charcoal being transported from the forest to the market without any interference. What if FAO can come up with any other agribusiness livelihoods for the youth, for them to be sustained economically or socio-economically, so that they can actually be able to protect the forest? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. As we ask our questions, please let's keep them brief. Tobias, there is another question on the opposite row, but as you pass the mic, there is a question here. For those who would like their projects to be funded, this is addressed to Tekla. What are the requirements? And if I want to implement the startup in Kiambu or Murang'a, which doesn't lie in disadvantaged counties, will I meet the eligibility criteria? Also, there is another question for you, Tekla. Is the project implemented in Siaya County? This is Paul Onyango from Siaya. Then there is a comment here from Tum Lillian that says the greatest danger we have is struggling with transformation at the top, forgetting the bottom, which is the foundation of everything, meaning youth starting from the youngest in Kenya to the oldest in Kenya. And she goes ahead to ask, will there be reduction in the bureaucracies involved in the corporate world? So as we digest on that, I'll welcome the third question from the floor.
I'm Joram Kagombe from Kenya Forestry Research Institute. Just a question to Dr. Joroge. I would have liked to hear how you are solving the barriers, because you told us about so many barriers, but how is KEPSA solving the barrier? And then to you and Koech, the issue of e-waste. This is a big problem in terms of the phones and all that e-waste. And as we go forward, it could be a big environmental problem. How is it being tackled?
Okay, I welcome the panelists to answer, then we will have another round of questions. We have limited time remaining, less than 30 minutes to end this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Let's begin. I think she had the bulk of the questions. The much you can remember, respond as much. Thank you.
So thank you so much for those interesting questions. I'll start with the question on what we are doing to expand activities in Nyamira County. Under the NAP Readiness Project, where we are actively engaging the private sector, I talked of development of concept notes that will be able to help the private sector integrate climate change adaptation actions within their programs. So one of the ideas that is under conceptualization through establishment of a linkage, PPP linkage, is actually focused in Kisii County on value addition for banana projects. So this is something that is still cooking, and if it meets the requirements of the GCF, it's a new project that shall be born and implemented there. The other question is, what are the requirements for project funding? FAO does not work alone on this venture on climate change. As I said, we are an accredited entity. So we try to explore various climate finance instruments. One of them is the GCF. GCF has requirements. When you go to the website, you should be able to see what your concept note should be able to focus on. It should look at the 3 pillars of sustainable development, at least have a social component, environmental component, in addition to social, environment, and economic component, and should also be inclusive. That is focus on gender aspects, etc. You should define your project in a manner that it addresses adaptation or mitigation, and ultimately you should show how your project is going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. There was a question on if the project is implemented in Siaya County. I'm assuming this is the NAP Readiness Project that we are talking about. At the moment, the NAP Readiness is not implemented in Siaya County. However, I'll say generally in Western, we have a value chain project that is going on promoting sustainable urban food systems. Are there opportunities for youth? I would say under this project of promoting value chain addition to promote sustainable livelihoods, there's an aspect of training youth, especially in the western part, on sustainable urban food systems. I don't know if I've left out any other questions, but those are the ones.
I think it's good at least to remember as much. And maybe just to add also, within CBIN, we have members from CIA who deal with aquaculture, the fish value chain. So there's some members from there, and those members are doing the banana. So we welcome you to that community. It's a good community that will empower you how to tap into these opportunities under GCF. Michael, many questions to you. Kindly in a minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Faith. So I think I will start with what Nixon talked about in Kakamega and the fact that the youth needs to be involved. We have one project that I can remember around climate is the tree growing initiative that we have. And And this year, I think in the last 3 months, we've been able to work with the Community Forest Association called Muleishi. I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly, but this group is involved in raising of tree seedlings. We've so far done 100,000 seedlings. So if you take an average of about 100 shillings for raising and planting, I think it's quite something for the community there. We've planted with, I think we are now at about 80%, so about 80,000 seedlings planted in Kakamega Forest. Personally, I've visited the place and I could see many of those who are involved in seedlings as well as the labor and preparation of the area, actually youth. I know that could not be enough. There are so many other opportunities that can happen, you know, across. If you look at the renewable energy space, solar systems, and the transition now from fossil to solar, I think in terms of trainings and getting technicians and skills required, I think the youth in this case have a big role to play. E-waste management, yes, I think we have statistics that shows that e-waste is the biggest growing stream of waste now. It's hazardous and it needs to be managed. So as an organization, we have an e-waste management program, which is about, as I mentioned, raising awareness around it, collection from different customers, and the biggest in terms of institutional framework, as Dr. was talking about, is actually the EPR regulations. The Ministry of Environment have come up with the extended producer responsibility regulations that will be governing the way e-waste as well as, you know, other solid waste are being managed. To me, I see a big opportunity around now, you know, more corporates taking responsibility for the products that they introduce into the market so that they manage, you know, the full life cycle from end to end. So we really look forward to having this because now we'll be seeing more corporates now coming in to take care of whatever, whether it's plastics, whether it's, you know, other waste. We currently have our shops as collection centers. We are working with one of the recyclers called the We Center for recycling, just to ensure that all the waste, all the electronic waste that gets into the environment are managed in a more responsible manner. So we can, outside of this, we can discuss if there are any opportunities and whether there are some of the ways that we can actually work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And I think the extended producer responsibility regulations will be a game changer in Kenya. One is affecting producers' responsibility for the products they introduce into the market. The products are categorized into 5 categories, but covering about 20 products that are pollutants right now in the environment, including e-waste and our packaging, and hopefully we can also formalize the waste sector. The collectors, the ones who come to your home and sometimes have no identity, we don't know who they are, but they do a very important job. It's important we officially recognize them as part of the ecosystem and also be able to increase our recycling capacity of the products that are in Kenya. That way we will see the growth of the secondary market and the secondary industries going into the future. Of course, we hope that this happens soon so that we do not have too many hopes. Dr. Njoroge, in terms of the barriers, I know you still need to speak about this in the strategy, but just give us in 1 minute so that we can engage in the next set of discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Faith. Yeah, the solutions are there, and we can see them, first of all, from what individual organizations, like what Michael is saying, they're doing within the private sector. Then under the NAP readiness program that Thekla has already spoken in length about, The private sector, in collaboration with the National Treasury, led by KEPSA, has already come up with a private sector strategy on climate change. That strategy, which we will discuss about, provides solutions to all these challenges. It's just flipping the coin, looking at the side of it. So if we are talking about challenges to do with financial constraint, then it talks about what are the avenues on how we can be able to tap into financial resources locally and internationally. If it is talking about barriers on information, then the strategy talks and gives solutions on how we can be able to create awareness within the private sector, from the highest level to the lowest level in the grassroots. And definitely there are also issues to do on how to deal with institutional barriers and all other barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This discussion cannot end without speaking about carbon credits. I think it will be disservice to do that. And we have Safaricom trying to help us get into that. Why have you adopted a forest? Is it important for private sector to adopt a forest? And what does it mean for credits and credit mechanism within the climate change discourse for private sector? Michael, in a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Faith. I think when you talk about nature-based solutions for climate, trees or forest is one big one. And then it's about the simple biology that we know, that trees, as they grow, they use carbon dioxide, they absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere so that they get the food that is required for its growth. So looking at that simple analogy, if we are talking about emissions being the problem, or CO2, carbon emissions being the problem, if you plant a tree, if it's able to absorb, say, 24 kilograms of carbon from the atmosphere in 1 year or in its lifetime, so if you do 1 million trees, you can do the maths. I know it's not as simple as that. I know there are more complex things to think about, the long term. So in our case, we have a net zero strategy. We know that we have to be net zero by the year 2050. From our science-based targets, it might only be technologically possible to do 74%. And so there's still 26% that probably will still be emitted into the atmosphere. And that's why carbon offsetting is really key, because what we are looking at is what can absorb carbon and store it for the long term. So what we are doing now together with KFS communities and also partners who will help us, because of course, what our business is. As we are about technology, we are about communications. So we are not the experts in this field. So we are working in partnership with others. But as a start-off, we've set ourselves 5 million trees. So I know it sounds small in some cases, but personally, having been involved, in the last 1 year or so in this, I have known that even doing 100,000 seedlings is not easy, it's not cheap. And it's not about just planting and going away, which probably many people would do. It's about taking care of that tree to ensure that it actually grows. So be there for 5 years at least at minimum for it to actually grow and get into that stability that's required. So we are in this journey with KFS. We would want to be part of the RED Plus, and I know I have had discussions with different experts, some of them in this room, on how to realize this. But I would want to really urge other private sectors or corporates to actually join us. I know many of them are already in this journey, so that together we can actually, apart from the benefits on carbon, we know trees or forest, in this case, water catchment, it's sources of water, it purifies the water. There's a lot of livelihood that can be derived from forest products like beekeeping, among others. And if you can allow me, we would be planting. We would want to plant trees together with others. So I've already talked to KEPSA. We would want to have a tree planting, just ceremonial, and appreciate some of the work that we've done around December. So I would want to invite the participants, and I know Edward, you'll probably allow Edward to give me the list of people in this room so that I can invite you for that session that is coming up in December. Thank you.
And hopefully tell us how much we have helped absorb and not emit at our personal level. So Solomon, please give us the engagement from online community. Thank you.
Yes, we have so many questions coming in from the online community. We have more than 200 questions presently, so I'll not be able to go through all of them. But what I can assure our listeners and our followers online is that we are going to compile all these questions and share them with the team, and the team can get the time to respond to them individually. So rest assured we'll have them shared, but I'm just going to sample a few as we also get to pick a few from the audience. And someone is asking, how are the three organizations working towards ensuring regional integration among the private sector in line with the EAC plan? That can be taken by Tekla. Then quite a number are also asking about linkages to existing opportunities that are propagated by the three organizations. Maybe we could also talk about that. And there's also a very interesting one coming from Kisumu. How is the private sector, what is the private sector doing in saving Lake Victoria from the water hyacinth? Also, let's take a few questions from the audience, at least two in the interest of time, so that we can also give Dr. Njoroge the chance to make his presentation. Tobias, there is a question at the back. If you can kindly pass the microphone towards the back. Please keep it brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Anne Ombuayo from Bungoma. Well, my question goes to all the panel members. Number one, Mr. Koech, you are doing tree planting. I don't know which kind of trees you are planting, because blue gum and cypress pose a very big danger to our agriculture. And also to you, what have you done about Bungoma? Because I've not heard you feature anything about Bungoma, but you're also environmentalists. The other question goes to Tekla. Tekla, I am a chairperson to a startup cooperative, poultry cooperative, that has 499 members. 40% are youth, 10% are men, 50% are women. They cut across, the groups cut across all the environment and green energy economy. Are you in Bungoma? And if you are in Bungoma, please, the concepts you do, when you float them, keep remembering that you are dealing with the village people. Sometimes the language is so hard, yeah? The language you use, that when we read, we start crying, and then it ends there. So I just request that next time you do this, kindly put it in a language that the people on the ground can understand, so that they can benefit. And to Mr. Njoroge, I'm really welcoming you to Bungoma County.
Thank
because I've not heard you say anything. I'm waiting for tree planting in Bungoma from Njoroge, please. All of you consider Bungoma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have, okay, in the interest of time, let's have two more from that gentleman in specs. Please keep it very brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Wangi. I'm here representing a private sector player by the name Hunter Realtime, based here in Nairobi. My question is more of a comment. and it's to do with the emissions from combustion of petroleum-based fossil fuels. My organization, we have an intervention, which is a gadget that is installed in the fuel tank of any of the machines that are doing combustion, and hence releasing emissions to the atmosphere. And this gadget is able to cut emissions by up to 80%. It's measurable, it's quantifiable. So my comment, stroke question is, are there ways we can partner together to spread it through our communities to transporters, both truckers on the higher side, all the way to border operators? Because then you can imagine if you're cutting emissions by up to 80% per unit, it can go a long way. Together with that, for you, Michael, for your organization that is the largest consumer of petroleum, maybe there are ways we can partner together to reduce how much emission we're putting into the atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the other side of studio, if we can sample a few messages from Twitter, trending in at position 4, we have Nyambura saying that it's a very educative and important forum that is geared towards saving our environment and impact climatic change positively. Thank you, Nyambura. We have Boniface saying that despite increasing awareness of climate change, our emissions of greenhouse gases continue on a relentless rise. So let's plant trees during this festive season. We have Abel Giroa saying that the climate change effects on businesses include the disruption of businesses, operation, escalation of insurance policies, among all those other vices. Let's have one more. The private sector can play 3 different roles in and for adaptation, that is adapt to climate change, finance adaptation of others, and supporting others through products and services for resilience. There are so many tweets and messages coming in. We are not able to sample all of them. Maybe we can respond to what has just been asked as we give our parting shot. Thank you.
So thank you, Solomon. I see we have very good interface of the session, and I'm glad the session has managed to bring up pertinent points, both to our online participants and also the members present here. So on the question of the counties, maybe let me give opportunity to Tekla to respond to the counties question. I believe the Bungoma cry is also the Turukana cry, is also the Mombasa cry. So how can we expand impact to the counties?
Thank you. The Bungoma cry, I hear you. We have some projects that spread in Busia, and we normally work with county representatives who enable us to map out the needs on the ground and talk to the communities and go back and give back what we can. However, we are open to more collaborations. I'll be happy to speak to you after this. Faith, there was a question on if we are promoting regional integration within our projects, especially among the EAC. Yes, we had a project that just concluded. I'll task the person to go read about the Akrei project that just concluded in Taita Taveta, that gave birth to a project. And this project was geared towards interventions on drought management. So from that, we were able to come up with a project that now we are expanding to Uganda and Ethiopia. And the aim of the project really is to establish tools and protocols to establish a climate database program for monitoring, reporting, and verification. This project is at a concept proposal stage, and we shall be able to forward it to GCF for funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, did you have something to respond to? I think there was a question on how do we link with all those good initiatives at Safaricom. How can we all be part and parcel of it? Thank you.
Thanks, Faith. I think just on regional integration, we have, like for example, for eWest, we have the East African Communications Organization. It's called IACO. It has a working group, number 17, which deals with eWest. One of the things it has done is to develop a strategy for the region. So it's, I think, 7 countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and others included. So that strategy is already in place, and implementation as well as domestication is happening. There are a lot that we can learn, like for recycling technology that exists, information sharing, and also raising awareness among our citizens. Yes, so we are in your neighboring county of Kakamega. I know KFS has given us some sites in Bungoma as well. So it's a marathon. It's not a short race. We are starting slowly. So I think now that you've put up your voice in this, I think our next stop then will be to look at the opportunities in Bungoma for projects as well. The gentleman on combustion equipment, I think this is what we talk about in terms of innovation, and I would really be happy to get to know more about the equipment, how it works, and whether it will fit into, you know, our energy generation equipment in some of our sites. Thanks.
So thank you very much, my wonderful panelists and everybody else, for participating in this session. It's been very insightful. As you can hear, the session was about just expounding that there are solutions that private sector gives beyond money. There are products that have been designed to address climate-sensitive needs, and that it cuts across forestry, energy, agriculture, so that if you're in one industry, you ought to expand your mind and look at the cross-sectoral impact of your business and then be able to design solutions for the same. So thank you, Michael. Thank you, Tekla. Thank you, Dr. Njoroge. So at this point, we leave Dr. Njoroge up front to give us an overview of this strategy that will help us going forward so that we can engage with it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Faith, and the panelists. Let's give them another round of applause. Were it not for time, we will have this conversation going on over and over again. So I'm going to welcome Dr. Njoroge to proceed with the presentation.
So yes, we can get started on this presentation. Is on engaging the private sector in climate change. As I had mentioned, this is a project that is being run by the National Treasury, KEPSA, and FAO. If we move on to the next slide. So just a snapshot, if you go to the next slide on the situation globally, and it has been alluded to, in that next slide, that is the situation we are in, that we are sending a lot of man-made global warming pollution into the thin shell of our atmosphere, about 162 million tons every 24 hours. That is treating our environment like it is an open sewer. Next, you will see that the energy that is trapped by man-made global warming pollution is equivalent of exploding 600,000 first-generation atomic bombs per day, 365 days in a year. So that tells you how much that is, if you remember Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Where is this coming from? From coal mining, coal plants, crop burning, maybe industrial processes, agriculture, oil production, large fields, etc. Next slide says that, of course, as it has been mentioned here, that the largest source of global warming pollution is burning of fossil fuels. These include coal, natural gas, and of course oil. And you can see the trajectory where we started in 1850 and where we are in 2020. So out of this, then the group or target set at the Paris Agreement in 2015 was to make sure we achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. That is the objective of limiting global temperature increases to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and if possible, 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we come to our national situation, if you move to the next slide, our national Kenyan situation looks like this, that in 2015, we are emitting 93.7 metric tons of carbon equivalent. We are projecting these to be 143 by 2030. Where does it come from? From agriculture, 40%, from land use change and forestry, contributing about 38%, transport 18%, industrial processes 3%, and waste 1%. So considering that we depend on our natural resource base, that tells you how exposed we are, because our food production is exposed, our agriculture sector, which contributes a lot, is also exposed. So in response to this, if you can move on, the private sector together with FAO and the National Treasury, Continue Moving, have come up with this SNAP Readiness Project funded by GCF, and out of it we have developed a strategy. Please move on. This strategy is the one I'll just show you in just a minute. Move on to the next slide. I think I've already mentioned that situation. So yes, there. So the private sector faces significant exposure to climate risk, and we have mentioned that impacts of drought, flood, financial and market risk, agriculture, etc. And this strategy that has been developed seeks to address all these challenges. So if you move on to the next slide where we have the pillars of the strategy, just move on. Yeah, then the next slide, thank you. The next slide says it all. These are the challenges, as I had mentioned: capacity constraints, information gaps, access to finance, and institutional constraints. So how do we address these challenges? That question comes. The next slide, please. So that is the goal of the strategy, to integrate climate change adaptation and mitigation into private sector investments. And those are the pillars. The first pillar talks about climate change mitigation ambition that we intend to mitigate up to 5%, climate change adaptation and resilience ambition, climate information and capacity building for the private sector, and of course partnering with government through PPPs to invest in climate change adaptation and mitigation. If you go to the next slide, yes. So now with that, then the discussion is how do we deal with the issue of the fossil fuels? How do we transition to e-mobility? How do we go to carbon credit that we discussed a few minutes ago, and increasing our forest cover? How do we deal with climate financing? And how do corporates then come up with strategies on net zero? So the strategy discusses all these issues, and part of it is what has been discussed at the 4C in this conference. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Let's give him another round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the next panel discussion, where we will be joined by two speakers who will be joining us virtually, and another speaker will be joining us physically from this location. And then we will have Christine Mwangi, who is the manager for private sector development at KCIC Consulting, being the moderator. But I know we may be a bit tired, both the team that is here and the team that is joining us virtually. So I'd like us to stand up and stretch a bit for a minute as Christine walks up on stage together with Ms. Tamara Cook. So let's just stretch like this. Breathe in, and then breathe out. One more time, breathe in, breathe out. Tell your neighbor, we are here for climate action. And we are the trendsetters. We are here for climate action, and we are the trendsetters. Thank you. We may take our seats. Christine, welcome up on stage. You can take this seat. Welcome, Ms. Tamara. Take the other position. Tamara Cook is the Chief Executive Officer, FSD Kenya. She's going to tell us more about herself. And we've been joined by Christine, who is the manager for private sector development at KCIC Consulting. Steve and the technical team, if we can have Ms. Nuru Mugambi, Director for Public Affairs, Kenya Bankers Association, on screen. I know she's joining us virtually. At the same time, let's have Ms. Judith C.D. Odhiambo, the Head of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs at KCB Group, appearing on screen, kindly. Wow. From the Kenya Bankers Association, we already have Ms. Nuru Mugambi joining us. Nuru, can you get us loud and clear? Nuru, can you hear us loud and clear?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's work on the feedback. Then do we have Ms. Judith C.D. Odhiambo? Kindly, if we can have her on screen. Judith, I can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I'm able to hear you.
Thank you very much. Christine, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Solomon. A lot of conversation has happened this morning, a lot of activities, a lot of partnerships. The question is, where is the money? Where do we put the money? We were told in the morning that the money is there. So we are looking at this session as an opportunity. So let us keep ourselves engaged to hear from the panelists where the opportunities are. And our focus will be on the blended finance approach of financing, because if we are talking about partnerships, how do we bring together development finance and commercial finance to support sustainable initiatives? And with me on the panel, once again, welcome Tamara Cook from FSD Kenya, Nuru Mugambi for joining us virtually, and Judy Odhiambo from KCB Group. Nuru Mugambi is from the KBA, Kenya Bankers Association. So we'll begin with Tamara. We know that FSD Kenya has been doing a lot of work in finance and the finance sector. Why the finance sector, and what is the impact you're looking to create in that space?
Thank you, Christine. I can speak, okay. I was gonna say I could speak loudly, but then our panelists online wouldn't be able to hear. Thank you, Christine. I think, you know, Kenya, for those of you who don't know, we're in a climate change group, not a financial sector group. So let me just briefly introduce Financial Sector Deepening Kenya, FSD Kenya. We've been around since 2005. We're a local charitable trust focused on making the financial sector work for Kenya. We've been focused on reaching low-income households, women, and micro, small, and medium enterprises for the last 20 years. As we've done that work, we've faced many challenges in the financial sector, but one of the challenges that we've talked about this morning is climate change. And it's not so much about how can finance change climate change. We first came to it because as the financial sector, the risks of climate change are there. So it's really important to make sure that we understand what those risks are as a financial sector and can mitigate those. And so that's maybe the first step in thinking about climate change and the intersection between finance and the climate sector. And then, as you've said, the money's there. So how do we get it to achieve the objective, understanding the risks and the realities of climate change? In some ways, the financial sector needs to do its own adaptation to climate change in order to help its clients adapt, in order to help greener transitions in the economy. And so we're excited about the opportunities, and this project that we're going to talk more about today is an example of how we can help transition green entrepreneurs who are focused on greening agricultural businesses to transition to more commercial financing so that they can scale and they can be sustainable for the long term.
Thank you very much, Tamara. And I'm glad you mentioned about the pilot initiative. We'll be talking about that later. And we'll see some of the initiatives, again, that are ongoing and the learnings that we have picked from that. But going back to, you mentioned climate risk, and I'll call on Judy from KCB Group. You there?
You there? You there? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
My mic, okay, it's back. Thank you. So, Judy, Tamara has spoken to climate risk. And recently, the central bank released guidelines that is a framework to support or to enhance focus on climate risk. Of course, there are various risks associated with every other business, but this time, for the first time, we have a very focused guidelines on climate risk. Perhaps you could mention what's your take on that, and especially being a player in the banking sector.
Thank you for that. So again, just to say good morning to everyone. I have followed the proceedings since I think 7 in the morning, and very excited about what we are seeing KCAC doing. So the CBK guidelines are timely because they help us to create.
We lost you, Judy.
Not just look at risk, but also dig deeper to see what are the opportunities that are presented and how do we manage every climate-related risk to create resilient communities and society as we look at the post-COVID-19 pandemic. We see them today, and with what we have read, basically look at 3 areas, and this is risk identification, exposure mapping and measurement, and risk quantification. So those are the 3 areas that are very key. But also it provides a platform for us banks to go beyond guidelines and identify the opportunities that are abound in more informed climate risk decisions, especially credit lines, access, and also the scoring that is done. So these
businesses.
Sure. So as I mentioned, green finance is a relatively new area for FSD Kenya, but working with micro, small, and medium enterprises is not. And so I think we're very familiar with the challenges that MSMEs face in accessing credit and other financial services in the traditional banking sector. And so we saw this project as an opportunity to look at how can a particular kind of MSMEs, who are frankly even more risky that are perceived as more risky than traditional even MSMEs, how can they go from getting grant funding, maybe subsidized loans, to moving towards commercial financing? Not because there's anything necessarily wrong with the other two, it's that the scale of the problem is such that commercial finance needs to be part of the solution in order for these businesses to truly scale and fully meet their needs beyond what limited resources are available in subsidized loans and grants. And so this project was meant to, as I said, to help transition. And so sorry, I lost my train of thought. The challenges that MSEs face are the same that green agribusinesses will face in terms of access to credit. And so we were, in a way, holding their hands, but then bringing in this new element of the seasonality of agriculture and the unknown cash flows, unknown kind of success of greener businesses. So it's a big challenge that we've taken on as KCIC, Kenya Bankers Association, FSD Kenya, but we've been really excited about the interest that's been generated. We've got 10 entrepreneurs who have offered to be kind of the guinea pigs in this test, and 4 banks who have been evaluating these businesses and are in conversation about potential commercial financing for these banks. And what's interesting is when we launched, even more banks participated in that launch. And so I think it's not just the 4 banks that are actively participating in the pilot, but the banking sector through Kenya Bankers Association. So leadership is really watching and learning, and we hope we'll be able to make a case for how we can transition greener finance to greener businesses, so Kenya can have a greener economy.
Thank you, Tamara. And just a bit of a story about the 10 enterprises that participated in the initiative. What was cutting across the board is that they were all in agribusiness. Secondly, and this was a condition for qualification, they had all accessed grant financing from KCIC. And none of those enterprises went down during COVID. So there was already a tried, tested, and proven that financing, or rather grant financing, had enabled, actually just kickstart them, and they had remained sustainable throughout the pandemic. So right there is an opportunity to finance green businesses that are sustainable. And what kind of structures would we then have to put in place to enhance these partnerships, or to strengthen the partnerships between development finance and commercial finance? And I don't know if Nuru, yes, Nuru is back. Nuru, can you hear us?
Yes, Nuru is back. Nuru, can you hear us? Yes, Nuru is back.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can hear you.
Great, and Judy, I hope Judy is also there. So we lost both you and Judy at the point where we were speaking to the policy landscape, and just to get an understanding on what the policy scenario looks like in terms of what is it that we are doing to support climate finance or green finance, and how much more might we need to do to be able to catalyze this momentum? Over to you, Nuru.
Sure. Would you like me to speak briefly about the project? I'm sorry we lost some audio on those of us who are here online. We lost the audio feed. So I'm not sure how much was covered on the blended finance project that we are working together with KCIC and FSD on.
we have mentioned a bit about it, but perhaps you could start off with the policy landscape and then we could flow into the project.
Sure. I think Judith touched on some aspects in terms of really just how banks are responding to the evolving regulatory landscape. I think you also mentioned this issue around the Central Bank of Kenya last month, really sending some very clear signals in terms of the importance of financial institutions to start looking at climate-related risks. Spending some time really
The technical team, have we lost the team, the virtual? Nuru, we can't hear you. Okay, perhaps as the technical team resolves the hitch, we can continue, come back to you, Tamara, with some of the learnings, some of the key learnings that we may have picked from this initiative with, that is supported by FSD Kenya and being implemented by Kenya Bankers Association and KCIC.
And when I can see Nuru is still speaking, and I guess this is the hybrid world we live in. And I guess Nuru, can you hear me speaking?
Can you hear me speaking? Can you hear me speaking? Yes, Tamara, I can.
So we lost everything you just said. Would you like to repeat it? It looked very interesting.
I don't know if I should continue. It's gone quiet, so I'm not quite sure. I wish the KCIC studio could drop us a message if you can't hear us or if you can't see us, so we know how to adjust. That would be great. So should I continue? I'm not sure.
Yes.
Nuru, please carry on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Vincent.
Nuru,
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I see Vincent Momanyi is sending a note saying you can hear me. Great. Thank you so much. Also, Charlotte, thanks for that. Okay, so really, I think banks are ready and they're responding to these evolving policy issues. I mentioned very quickly KBA and FSD, supported by PwC, is looking at some work around the regulatory environment around water and environmental risk. And what does that mean? What are the incoming regulations? How are banks responding to that? What are the risks? So I think it's a very exciting space for the industry. And really, we are, I think, building the capacity to be able to anticipate and respond to changes in policy. Back to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Nuru. It's interesting you mentioned additional initiatives that are very sector focused. We started with that coming from the central bank regulations. Now we are seeing something happening around the water sector. Again, these are also opportunities that are opening up that will be supported through our climate initiatives. And Judy, are you there? Judy, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Judy, to have
yes,
you.
Okay, great. Judy, to have
yes,
you.
Okay, great. Judy, to have.
Good to have you back. And we know that as far as green finance is concerned, perhaps you could share with us some of those initiatives and throw some light into some plans that are already in the public domain in terms of the support you are likely to be throwing into the green finance space. Judy, can you hear us? Judy? Okay, we seem to have lost Judy. Okay, go right ahead, Tamara.
So if Judith were speaking, I've heard her speak about this, and I think that we are lucky to have a bank like KCB that has really taken a leadership role in moving forward into green finance before it's required, before they're being kind of asked to do so. They were the first bank to launch a sustainability report in the market. Earlier we heard from Safaricom who did that. And that report is a way of being transparent about what the carbon footprint of the bank is. Oh, Judith, can you hear us?
Judith, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Your sustainability report, but you're much better placed.
Okay, the sound also was not clear, so I don't know that the moderator can just repeat what they had said so that I answered.
Yeah, I'm happy to go over that again, and welcome back. So we were talking about the initiatives that the KCB Group has undertaken as far as green finance is concerned in supporting sustainable initiatives. Perhaps you could speak a bit about that?
So if I heard correctly, it is about the initiatives. So I don't know whether I can go ahead if the other people can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear. Judy, we can hear you.
Tamara, on your end, you can hear me. If Nuru, on your end, you can hear me, then I can progress. Okay, Nuru can hear me. Tamara, can you hear me? Okay, I can see everyone saying they can hear me, so I can go ahead. I think the moderator talked about what are some of the initiatives, so I think I can mention some. So to manage climate risks as a financial institution, one of the things that we have done is to ensure that we entrench it into our strategy and operations and to make sure that it's mainstreamed. And so because we do have our beyond banking strategy that we're looking at in the next 4 years, which has 4 pillars, which looks at the customer, looks at our efficiencies, our productivity, and integrating digital tools to be at the heart of our operations. We have also made sure then that we have integrated the whole sustainability component into this to make it relevant even to our own staff who need to implement this. So with this strategy then, of course, it helps us then to normalize sustainability as our day-to-day agenda and as our day-to-day decision-making process. And then secondly, also through our strategy processes, initiatives, and also using our network is to make sure that then we can use that to advocate and champion the agenda, especially on sustainable development goals, and also ensuring that even our business can be able to contribute towards the society's needs and ambitions. And of course, through also various engagements that we do with our stakeholders to aid the adoption and implementation of our execution of the SDGs. So we have ensured that also UNEP financial initiative principles for
Judy, can you hear us?
Finance initiative through KBA. We also make sure that we look at what is happening globally and then how do we incorporate it within the banking sector. We also have the UN Global Compact, so working with the various partners just to make sure that we get best learning practices on how best to ensure that we have incorporated sustainability agenda into the whole banking process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. That was very well received. And from what Judy is talking about, you can see a lot of work is going into laying the groundwork or framework towards preparing to support green finance. And that then means that even the finance providers are already seeing opportunities. So as users of financial capital, as private sector, how then do we position ourselves to be able to take advantage of these opportunities that have been laid down by the finance providers and in the house with us being KCB Group? Nuru, can you hear us? you wanted to speak something to the blended finance project. This is your moment. Perhaps you could speak to that, because we lost you for a bit and we never got to hear about that.
Thank you, Christine. There seems to be two parties. There's a party online in the Zoom room, and there's the party at Strathmore. So let me speak to the blended finance work, and hopefully we're all going to be in the same space and together. So maybe for those of us who might have just joined and have not appreciated what blended finance is, maybe I can advise that blended finance is really a structuring approach, which brings together capital from different sources. So capital from commercial, impact investors, philanthropic organizations. Like, for example, we've seen the MasterCard Foundation do a lot of interesting work, especially during this COVID environment. And then also public funds, both domestic and sovereign. So we partnered as KBA, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, and FSD Kenya to look at how can we help bring together the green economy entrepreneurs who are supported and incubated by various programs, including through KCIC, and how do we bring them closer to the banking environment? And what types of mechanisms and frameworks are needed to help narrow that gap between the entrepreneurs, which are the demand side of green finance, and the banks, which are the supply side. So we had several anticipated outcomes for this project. One of it was really just trying to bolster the viability of these green economy entrepreneurs who might have one or several businesses. We also wanted to look at how do we scale up and support them to be a more sustainable long-term company, to be one of those success stories that we point to as Kenyans. We also wanted to promote innovation, both on the banking side, just try to help banks think about different products around the green economy, and then also promote innovation from a partnership perspective through organizations like FSD. And finally, we wanted to help the entrepreneurs have a window into what banks are looking for, particularly when it comes to financing the green economy and in particular agriculture. So those were our outcomes, and what we were anticipating are the outcomes of this initiative. We worked with 4 banks to come up with a criteria which had various economic, social, and environmental indicators. And we were very happy to work with KCIC and the many amazing entrepreneurs that KCIC has and has supported over the time. We ring-fenced a small cohort of 10 companies which represent various subsectors in agriculture, from seedling propagation to vertical farming technology to cotton processing and irrigation. And these clients had different financing needs, from working capital to capital expenditure. The pricing ranging on, in terms of not pricing, but really how much money they were looking for, was between about 5 million and 85 million. So we wanted to see these companies that have been supported and incubated, how do we help them transition into the commercial finance space? And Christine and Tamara, you've spoken about some of the needs and the challenges, and I know all the speakers today have spoken about the needs and challenges. But what we found in this project is, and it's still ongoing, what we are finding is there is probably a mismatch in expectations and practices. So from the bank side, maybe I can start with the banks. There is a view that some of the green economy entrepreneurs and small businesses have insufficient cash flow, and sustained cash flow is not sufficient. There was an issue around information asymmetry, where the banks were not able to fully understand the full risk profile of the client, and there was information in different pockets. So it took a while to try to bring all that information together. There was a view that the borrower's viability was hindered because of a lack of records, particularly those in the agribusiness space. And when we say records, banks were looking for things like audited accounts. And I know when we hear the word audited, we think big names like the big five or the big four. But that's not really what banks are looking for. Banks are looking for anything that even any certified CPA can provide their client. So things like that were missing. In one instance, there was a CRB listing that the client didn't follow up on, and that affected their creditworthiness. So those were the challenges faced by the banks. And of course, we've heard all day about the challenges entrepreneurs face. Number one being a lack of collateral. And some of these financing, like when you talk about 85 million, a need for 85 million shillings, it's very unlikely you're going to get 85 million shillings unsecured, especially as a small business, let alone a startup. So lack of collateral was an issue. Interest rates was an issue because these were clients who had come from an incubated environment. They were supported through government funding, various government programs, which gave them access to loans between 6% and 11%. So when banks were offering them the market rate of 13%, you could see there was that mismatch in what clients' businesses were able to withstand and what the commercial market rates are. So there was that issue of interest rate mismatch. There was also a mismatch in the application process where banks assumed the clients were able to complete the application process, whereas the clients needed some support. And then finally, the client...
Water, sewage, and drainage management system. Now, money is not a problem. How I don't want to tell you, I want to tell how we are going to manage to tell our people from our local area to not flow the sewage to the rivers. That's the problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another question from the floor. Over there, behind there.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Maurice Fumo. So I just wanted the Kenya Bankers Association and other banks in general tell us how they are addressing the gender gaps or the factor of gender when small and micro small enterprises are accessing bank finance. How does the issue of gender come in? And also, would like them also to communities. How do they access finance? Do they give them preference or something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Please pass the mic.
Good day, everyone. Sophie, my name from INM Bank. I have a question towards Nuru and Judith. I would like to know if you are already in a position to finance startups, young, innovative companies. And if so, what gives you the comfort to decide on financing decisions without looking at track records, but just with the trust in the future without a, let's say, proven business model, but at the same time you fulfill your mandate to protect your depositors, which is quite a difficult balance for us always.
Thank you, Sophie. As we get one more question from the floor, there are a few coming in through the Zoom platform. Green businesses have a high level of R&D, which means there is need for patient capital. What options are available? Secondly, there is another one from Joseph Muli. What measures are in place to prevent funding or credit to maladaptation projects? What measures are in place to prevent funding or credit to maladaptation projects? So let's pick one more from the floor. There's a gentleman with the microphone.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Peter Olo. I am the chairman of Climate Change Caucus in KEPSA. So first of all, is my compliments to the panelists and the questions that are coming from the floor. My question goes to KBA. What is the current status of SME take-up of climate change finance within the banking sector? Could you be having figures, and how have they succeeded in terms of the implementation of the projects? Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, we can take those questions first in the interest of time. Some of the questions that have been asked and I know that lie in the floor in this session. will be answered in the next discussion that we are going to have on climate prospectus. Over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Solomon, and thank you to the audience too. I'll first of all start with Dennis. I think your question is more of capacity building. And I think that's what partly Solomon is saying that may be answered in the next session. But maybe just a sentence to that, it would be for the community to, improve their behavior, so to speak, in terms of how they manage the climate and how they protect their environment. The place to start is to speak in a language they understand. So, but I think that would be there'll be a better conversation or an improved conversation in the next session that's following this one. And so the next one was a question from Maurice Kisumu, and the factors, the gender component when accessing microfinance and also finance product for vulnerable communities, whether there is any consideration for this. Judy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
We have a question from the floor asking whether we have the consideration for gender when accessing finance and whether we have any products for vulnerable communities.
Okay. So we don't have products per se for vulnerable communities, but how we handle it is through our KCB Foundation arm. So we do have our KCB Foundation arm, which we work normally with our various partners to be able to support the communities in which we operate. And one of the components that we use is the shared value concept. So just making sure that even as we support the communities, they're also able to earn their livelihoods, and at the same time also the bank can be able also to support them through capacity building. So we have done this very well, especially through the youth programs in the various sectors. We have also done that with the women programs that we do, especially those in the rural areas and those in different chamas, because through these programs, then they are taken through capacity building initiatives that includes understanding your cash flow, how do you make sure that you put a very simple book of accounts, why is it important for you to have a proper credit history. So all those things, they are taught through that process through our KCB Foundation. And it's very helpful because then they get them ready. And then afterwards, after they have been, they have gone through the program for about a year, 9 months to a year, then now they can be now be transferred now to a formal banking, because now they understand what is required in terms of banking. How should they make sure that they continue to improve on their credit history, their credit score, so that then they can continue to get lending. And of course, through the women's program, every month they continue to have their biashara sessions and initiatives where we get various speakers to speak to them about how to run a business and also guide them on how best they can be able to run even their chamas, and how can they be able to make sure that the money that they keep, how do they invest in it, in whatever they are doing. So all this we do through our KCB Foundation program, just to make sure that we bring that balance, because we know also we have women. So we just don't look also at women, we also look at persons living with disability in that program, and also we look at the youth and also the women, as I'd said earlier. So the program is very holistic. It runs for 9 months to a year. So that helps in terms of those who have startups, in terms of preparing you to be bank ready. And so it has worked well, because then once you go through the whole program, by the time now you come to the formal banking sector, it becomes easier for you then to be able to transition. Thank you, and over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Judy. So the next question, and I'll split this question that came from Sophie and another from online. I'll combine and then split because it's speaking to innovation. And I know that FSD Kenya has had several initiatives towards supporting innovative financial products. So we had a participant asking about support for R&D initiatives in green businesses. And Sophie from Bank was asking about the comfort of no history, when there is no history, why, if the banks would go into funding that. I think I'll leave that to Nuru. But for Tamara, perhaps you could respond to the innovation angle.
Patient capital is a very important part of a lot of businesses, and it's not necessarily well funded by debt, especially shorter term debt. In terms of the capital available, I do think that a blended finance approach is really appropriate for research and development, and frankly that should probably be funded more from equity resources than debt, especially short-term debt. In the green finance space, I mean, we've seen a lot of commitments this week, COP26, resources that are available to help with those out, but not rely on them, because I do think that commercial financing is part of that problem, is part of the situation. I also just want to say that I think factoring in gender and vulnerable populations is really important, and so thanks for that question. I'm curious to hear what Nuru thinks on the startup question.
Nuru, over to you.
Question. Nuru, over to you.
Thanks, Tamara. I'm not quite sure if the startup question is pertaining to the R&D. I was just typing in the chat, and I'm happy to share what I'm typing. I think for R&D, perhaps the incubators do provide that patient capital, like our colleague is asking, where's the patient capital for R&D? I think the incubator spaces provide that space. The donor-funded programs, government-funded programs provide that space. There are increasingly banks, for example, I mentioned Standard Chartered Bank that has a specific R&D fund for startups in tech. So I'm not quite sure Judith can talk about KCB, but I think increasingly banks are looking at supporting. Usually it's from a CSR perspective. So how do we commercialize R&D? That's a question that needs to be answered. But in the meantime, I think the incubation type programs, the donor funded programs, that's where the sweet spot is, I think, in suitability. Back to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Nuru, and I absolutely agree with you. The sweet spot is actually with the donor funded communities. However, as Tamara put it, they are not sustainable. Donor funding is not sustainable. So as much as we may kick off to engage or put efforts and structures in place to ensure that we remain sustainable. So Judith, this next one comes to you because I do believe it touches on and what measures are put in place to ensure that funding does not go to maladaptation projects. And I think this is pointing to how would you capture or identify greenwashing?
Washing. Okay, thank you, Christine. So as a bank, because we have taken environmental and social governance practices and components using the IFC 8 performance standards, so that's the criteria that we use to evaluate all our lending transactions that we do to customers to ensure that then we are not supporting activities or initiatives that then are harmful to the environment or to society. So both environment, society, and now we are also looking at the biodiversity, which we are looking at to see if we can be able to incorporate it next year going forward. So we use that environmental and social due diligence template to be able to look at the activities that our clients are doing, to evaluate, to look at how we can mitigate. So that's one of the things. So whatever is being done, can it be mitigated? If not, then do we really need to finance it, or should we not finance it? So there's a lot of decisions that are made. The criteria that you go through allows then the credit officer to be able to review and say whether the transaction then can be approved or not. So by using the IFC 8 performance standards for environmental and social due diligence has been helpful. So you do the pre-assessment, of course, with the assessment, and most of our disbursement also is not wholesome. We do disbursements which are categorized so that whatever issues that you need to address, you address them before we give you the full disbursement. So there's a kind of a covenant that also we sign with the customer just to ensure that whatever we have agreed that should be done is done before we give them the full disbursement. So that has worked well so far for us since the year 2014. Thank you, and over to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Judith. I think there again lies another opportunity. That it means that the bank, if whatever business that you're running is sustainable, then the bank can actually help you get to the point where they can actually disburse more funding, depending on where you are. So at the end of the day, it means that the financing is available. It's just that we need to speak to the right partners. And finally, the last question we had from the room was from Peter. And I think this is alluding more to the data as far as borrowing by SMEs, climate finance borrowings by SMEs. Nuru, could we be having any data on that from our market?
Any data on that from our market?
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I think the most closest report that we can look at that speaks to the flows of climate finance is the Climate Finance Landscape, which is a report that was published by National Treasury, KEPSA, Climate Innovation Center, and the work was consolidated and researched by GNI+. And we find that there is an increase in private sector capital flow to climate-related activity, both mitigation and adaptation, but adaptation is probably less paid attention to. And in terms of bank finance to climate-related assets, I recall it's about 27 billion. I don't recall the subsections. Like, I know the overall numbers, but I'm not quite sure I recall seeing whether or not how much is large corporate, medium-sized, and small businesses that is getting that. So I think there is definitely a space, Christine, for some research, further research, following up on that Climate Finance Landscape report to see of the bank finance to climate, how much is going to which sector. And again, that's also where, going back to what central bank has done in terms of the signal they're sending, I think it's helping now the market really start paying attention to data and categorizing these assets and reporting on these assets. I think definitely we'll see a lot of advancements next year. Back to you, Christine.
Thank you very much, Nuru. And having been part of the study, the landscape on climate finance in Kenya, I think one of the greatest challenges we had was actually obtaining the data from the various players. And it's not that the data was not available, but I think there was the bigger challenge was it was not clear what. So it might have been a capacity issue, a capacity building challenge. But we believe moving forward with all the initiatives and engagements we are having, there has been some traction as far as that is concerned. And we also know that the National Treasury to effectively categorize the various spendings into demarcating what is finance, climate finance, and what is not climate finance. And as we come to the end of the session, Solomon, perhaps you could guide on whether we are taking more questions or we it at this point.
Then we'll have a moment to ask more questions in the next panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Solomon, perhaps as a parting shot, I think the privilege, Nuru and Judith, I'll give the parting shot, the privilege to the panelist in the room, and that's Tamara, and she'll represent both you and both Nuru and Judith who are joining us virtually. And so, Tamara, in your view, based on the conversations going on at the COP26, where do you think Kenya's opportunity lies?
I think Kenya had a very strong leadership position at COP26 with high-level speaking spots, announcements, all kinds of great things. And I think coming out of that, there's a real opportunity for us to absorb some of the global green finance here in Kenya, and really make ourselves ready for that. So that's one big opportunity. And I also think that it's not just about that global, that's an opportunity, but locally there's a lot of finance and there's a lot of fantastic entrepreneurs. And so if we can find the mechanisms, if we can learn from this blended finance pilot to find the ways to really help that money flow to a greener transition, I think we've got a great future.
Thank you very much. Did you hear that? To help the money flow. It almost sounds like the money is stuck somewhere. It's just waiting for the tap to be opened. So we've got to open the right taps. That means positioning ourselves in the right way with the right structures and with the right fundamentals. So at this point, I'm going to thank everybody. Thank you, Nuru and Judy. Perhaps we could have you on screen waving and acknowledging that you're still with us. Nuru and Judy. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Nuru, for joining us from wherever you are. And Judy? Yeah, thank you very much, Judy. And to the virtual audience, thank you very much for joining us. And for those with us in the room, and of course, not the least, thank you very much, Tamara. And to everybody else in the room, thank you very much. And if you have any other questions, we can continue engaging. Thank you very much, and back to you, Solomon.
Let's give them a better round of applause. Thank you. The discussion is just getting better as we proceed towards the end. From the previous video that we watched from the First Lady, there's a bit that she talked about more action and investment needed. Steve, if we could have that up as we welcome on stage Dr. Edward Mungai, the Group CEO of KCIC Group, Richard Munang, Africa Regional Climate Change Coordinator at UNEP, and the moderator for this session, Mr. Prabhakar Vanam, CEO KCIC Consulting, to discuss about the climate prospectus, a roadmap to a private sector-driven climate action plan. So as they take their seats, Steve, we can have that bit where the First Lady talked about more action and investment needed.
As a country, we have noted the serious threats caused by climate change, and we're taking bold measures through policy, practice, and innovation to secure ourselves from its risks and impacts. Our Vision 2030 sets out strategies to protect our environment, including conservation, sustainable water, and ensuring food security. The Climate Change Act and Action Plans, the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan are all demonstration of urgent actions to protect our country. These are indeed noble efforts. However, the severe climate threats we are experiencing will only get worse if we do not do more to enhance our resilience and mitigate the crises. No longer can we continue to talk. We need more action and more investment to protect our environment. We need to embrace our national target and plant more trees to achieve the 10% forest cover by 2022. We need to create green jobs and increase access to clean energy.
That becomes the pace setter for this discussion on climate prospectors. Vanam, you're going to introduce to us the panelists in a deeper way, and as you handle the questions, the discussion with the audience, there is one Nancy Njero who already asked a question about it's time to take action. We move from talks to action. And I know Dr. Mungai will talk about NATO. How many institutions have so far developed sustainability reports? Are they audited? We need to invest in research, and we need to invest in sustainability to get us viable solutions that are localized to help respond to the climate change challenges that we are facing as a country. So you could have that as part of the discussion. And over to you, Vanam.
Thanks, Solomon. And this is the last panel discussion, and I have a tough job here because everybody are looking to go outside of the room, but here we are. To make my life easy, to make my job easy, we have two fantastic speakers here who can talk to you, engage you all day long without water, without food, because they are so passionate about the subject, they are so involved in the subject, and they are so practice-oriented people here, so that we can learn what we have here today. And that's the reason why we have these speakers here in the last session, so that we are not bored still. So on my left is Dr. Edward Mungai. He actually doesn't require any introductions. He's the Group CEO of KCIC, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, which is one of the biggest, not one of the biggest incubation center on the planet, set up around 2012, and he took it to the newer heights. He calls himself sustainable evangelist. He's also a sustainability practitioner. We heard in the morning Solomon speaking about marathoner, all the stars that he got. So I'll stop there because I can go on and finish up the entire hour introducing him. To his left is Dr. Richard Munang. He's from UNEP. He is a climate change champion himself. He is a climate action and development policy expert. He has won numerous awards in the climate change space. He'll probably share some of the stories as to why he won those awards. This includes Innovation Baobab Awards and also Green Champion Awards. So very happy to have this panel here. We were supposed to have a third panelist as well, Mr. Mushai Kunyiha, chairman of CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturing. Unfortunately, due to some emergencies, he could not join us. So his questions can also be directed to these two gentlemen here. So the discussion of the panel today is quite simple. We've been talking about private sector all morning. We've been placing private sector in the heart of climate action all morning. But here it is. Somebody asked the question already. She preempted me already. She's asking about actions, and this panel talks about the actions. So what is private sector doing? What private sector needs to do? And what's a roadmap looking like? So that's the title of the session itself, Roadmap to the Private Sector-Driven Climate Action. So that's the session, and then I'll start off with probably Dr. Richard Munang here, just asking him as to what could be the role of private sector in achieving the SDGs or in achieving the NDCs of Kenya.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thanks to those who have already spoken. Let me first of all put things in perspective before I come to your question. And one of the biggest perspectives is that Kenya is a leader when it comes to climate change policy. Whether we like it or not, Kenya was actually the second country in the entire world that submitted the most ambitious climate change national determined contributions. That needs to be applauded. But when you look at Kenya, Kenya is losing over $2 billion each and every year as a result of changing climate. That's over 200 billion Kenyan shillings. And actually, as we're speaking today, some parts of Kenya are warming beyond 1.5 degrees. And we've heard there are droughts that are affecting over 2 million Kenyans. When you look at this, and look at the nationally determined contribution of Kenya to reduce emissions in the next 9 years by 32%. Out of these, 87% of that reduction is dependent on external finance. And Kenya has committed only to contribute 13%. And now back to your question. The private sector, because Kenya is spending over $4 billion US every year, annually. And when you look at that, out of that amount, the private sector in Kenya is contributing over 900 million. So what we need to do to be able to ensure that the private sector actually takes charge is two words: investment perspectives. Investments to be able to build resilience and reduce emissions, but from the perspective of socioeconomic and putting money in people's pockets as well as food on the table. And to do this, we need to start with one. The first point is to de-risk investments. The Central Bank of Kenya, heard, actually have the guidance to investment risk, which means that it brought to the fore the significance of the importance of climate change. If you look at Kenya, agricultural sector, that contributes 33% to the GDP of the country. It contributes over 75% to industrial application and over 80% to incomes to the community. It then means the private sector cannot be able to survive when the value chain, especially in the agro value chain, is not intervened to be climate-proofed. They will be out of business. That's a fact under the changing climate. And therefore, leveraging on solutions to climate-proof, like simple nature-based solutions that mothers in communities are actually leveraging, called ecosystem-based adaptation, that have proven to increase yields by 500% using simple techniques, agroforestry, conservation agriculture, or leveraging on simple clean technologies like solar dryers to reduce post-harvest loss, costing Kenya today $500 million US each and every year. These are actions to be taken. The second part is to be able to leverage on low-risk partnerships. And I listened to the panelists before, very brilliant ideas. You cannot be able to drive transformational development and empower the vulnerable in communities without leveraging on local infrastructure, local structures that those communities depend on. We need to tap into local governance structures, local communal structures like cooperatives, like chamas, so that at least we tap and channel investments through those structures that are closer to the community level. That way, you will be turbocharging and supercharging the bottom that can then be resilient to the changing climate. I will stop there for now.
Fantastic. Go ahead, please. You can clap. That's precisely what I was saying. He will charge the panel discussion today. So thank you so much, Richard, for that. You spoke very comprehensively. You spoke about finance. You spoke about structures. You spoke about low-hanging fruits. I think we heard too many ideas there. It will take some time for me to conceptualize all those ideas and mention back to the panelists. But quickly moving on to you, Dr. Edward. Morning we signed this brilliant 10-point charter. Now this, in a way, sets up the framework for private sector in Kenya. Now, how do you envisage, if you are a consultant or if you are advising the private sector, what will be your advice in terms of implementing this 10-point charter? How should they go about? Because there are few companies here who knows everything, like Safaricom, CABLs of the world, but there are many private sector companies in Kenya who have to start from ground zero. So what would be your advice to them? How do they go about doing that job?
Yeah, thanks, Vanam, for the question. And before I even answer that question, is really to, welcome my brother here, Richard, into Strathmore. We've been on a journey of evangelizing, telling the stories about how climate change can be looked as an opportunity, but also more important, how climate change is also a threat. And that is a message, since I came to know Richard, we've been trying to push, and thank God we are converting people. We are preaching the gospel. Now, talking about the private sector, and what is it that is needed for private sector, it's very basic. Those 10 points there depends on one thing. And that one thing is really converting the ideas to bankable business plans. Because
what is in the mind of an entrepreneur? What is in the mind of a business person? It is about showing me where the money is. And indeed, if we can, and here I'm talking about the private sector, if the private sector can be able to internalize and be able to see the pathway of how they will be able to make money for their shareholders, but at the same time passing on that dividend to livelihoods, then we'll have gotten to a place where those 10 points truly will be a game changer. Unfortunately, we have taken so long for the private sector to be able to realize the opportunities presented. The narrative out there is about risks. It's a varied conversation, but it's not a complete story. It is not a complete story because we tell them, or private sector are seeing our resources, you know, we will have challenges because of climate change. But they haven't moved one step and understood if we came up with innovations, for instance. Would these innovations help us to resolve the challenge, but at the same time increase that we call revenue for our company? And if we can show that balance as consultant, as policymakers, you know, as private sector, and we can be able to put that on the table and people to pick, you know, this business plan which they can implement, believe me, the $2 billion that Richard is talking, the $6 billion I was talking this morning, it will be a walk in the park because we have shown them where is the money. Unfortunately, it must come from the highest level of the organization. Top leadership must be able to champion this and say, we go for it. Because if it is foot soldiers who are undertaking this process, we will not go far. It needs to be bought from the highest level of the organization, and for that speak to be there. They walk the talk. The second thing we require, and unfortunately that's why we are seeing Safaricom, KCB, they are ahead of the game. Because they do have the capacity in-house. They have the tools that are required to be able to unlock the value. But for many SMEs, they are still in that myth that all this discussion is for the cash-rich organization, is for the old companies, and it is for the large companies. Yet, there is a lot of gems for the last 10 years. We've been working KCIC, helping enterprises to realize value. And we couldn't have been in business for 10 years if there's no value. So indeed, Vanam, it's time for private sector to be able to articulate and to see the business plans. And we need to move away from the narrative of just talk. What Solomon was saying here is NATO, no action, talk only. And we roll our sleeves and we get going and we unlock the potential. Thank you.
Fantastic. So what I hear for the private sector here is a key word called opportunity. So we do have that opportunity. How do we convert that? How do we roll our sleeves? I'll also give a small example before I go on to my second question. I was sitting with one of the African Development Bank GCA senior top management or senior leaders. And one of the complaints he was raising that, you know, we as Africans, we always say, just one example, I'm just giving one example. We in Africa always complain that when we are applying for applications, when there is a call for applications, when there is challenge fund that is available, we always complain as how complex the systems are, how complex the application procedure is. Case in example is GCF. When we are applying for a GCF application, it's too complex. Everybody knows that. But that is not stopping the European companies to apply. That is not stopping the American companies to apply. Why is it stopping the African companies to apply? So there lies the opportunity which Dr. Edward was also mentioning, and there lies the billions of dollars which is available, which the earlier panel was talking about. The money is there, we need to just open the tap. So that leads to the second question, Dr. Richard. You've been working with UN for quite some time, and you've been championing the agenda of climate change. And UN has many organizations like Stephen has mentioned this morning. Now, how can the private sector reach out to UN, or how can UN help the private sector to unlock this, to implement this 10-point agenda, for example?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Dr. Mungai have already alluded to some of the aspects that need to be done. Firstly, let me put this again in perspective. The multiplier of climate change is emissions. The higher the emissions, the higher the temperature, and the more the communities will become more vulnerable. That way, if you look at that way, before I come to your question, the UNEP emissions gap report, which was released last week, showed that below what we are supposed to do in the next 10 years, because the world is supposed to reduce emission by 55%, but all the commitments submitted by the entire world is only 7.5% between now and 2030. When you look at the 10-point charter, the first one to me is really what I call the creme de la creme for the private sector, because it talks about reducing emission by 5% between now and 2030. That then means if you multiply that by 9 years, you're talking 45% reduction, which is higher than the 32% that the country, Kenya, have submitted as their commitment to cut emissions. That is beyond fantastic. What does that then mean? It then means the organizations, for example, like UNEP, can then be able to guide willing private sector actors on how they can translate their actions into investment plans that are climate-proofed. And what we are building on is bringing science, bringing tools that we have tested on the ground to work. For example, Kenya is a negligible emitter, only about 0.1%. But what I indicated from the data we have, Kenya, some parts of Kenya are warming above 1.5. That then means that for Kenya to then be able to transition, it needs what is called a just transition, equity and justice. And Dr. Mungai alluded to this. It then means we need 3 aspects. We must move away from projecting climate change as a liability to projecting it as an investment opportunity. How do we do that? By focusing on actions that can actually empower people from the bottom up. Through our work, what we have been doing have been engaging young people. And what we noticed was that if you ignore young people, because you cannot be able to reach out, even if you are the biggest private sector, without tapping into people's ingenuity and potential. The young people are vibrant, they're innovative, they're passionate, and most of them are on their own, without resources, developing technologies and solutions that can be able to solve problems. 2 hours from Nairobi here, you reach Mua. What we noticed there working with young people was that in Mua, where rice is being grown, one farmer during harvest, and when there is a downpour of rain, they lose about 50 kilograms of rice. But when we engage young people, we actually started helping them to retool their skills to start developing simple climate action solutions of solar dryers. And what we noticed was that when farmers started using those solar dryers, they were able to cut the time they dry by 48 times. And then they did not only reduce the losses, but they increased their incomes by 30% and reduced post-harvest losses, and this created jobs for the youth. So the point I am making is, leveraging on these already practical examples, the private sector can tap into this to not only drive that at scale, but also leverage that as a business, but build in empowering young people, in solving community problems. And I go back to what I started with. Without putting money in more people's pockets, without ensuring that there is food on the table, the sustainability of any business is not possible.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And I like the confident way in which you are reading out all the statistics. It must be right. You're able to see the numbers here somewhere in the virtuals. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Richard, for that. And Edward, I mean, Richard was mentioning about you, how passionate they are and how innovative they are. You've been working in the youth space for quite some time now. Can you tell the audience here, people who are joining online, what are the challenges youth are facing in Kenya? Why are they not able to come up with innovations, and what do we need to do as private sector as well as the public sector to support the youth in Kenya?
Yeah, thanks, Vanam. Actually, in the contrary, I think the Kenyan youth are coming is that there is no platforms to support those innovations to get to market. Now, why do I say that? Because there are truly 5, if you ask me, big challenges that young people who are here and those who are online and who are trying as an example that will help us achieve, and mitigate or adapt to climate change. Number one, and most important, is that access to finance. The last panel was talking about access to finance. And my friends, it's not just, the traditional finance. And people will tell you the money is there, The most unfortunate thing is that that money is not fit for purpose. Meaning that we want the gentleman in Kakamega Forest to be able to establish, together with his community or his friends, an ecosystem building company which then would help that forest. Now, if they go to the traditional bank, do you think they will get money? Yet, there are tons and tons of money in that bank. The most unfortunate thing is that we and our financial system have not innovated to a level where it matches the needs of the business. We are still in a country where the form we used to apply for loan 15 years ago is still the form that we are using today. Unfortunately, too much have moved on. So in that case, things like what we are hearing about blended finance, together with the FSD, KCIC, and KBA, is a step in the right direction to try and come up with that which I call fit for purpose financing. It's no longer time for what I call plain vanilla financing. So financing is one element. Second element is we need to realize that a lot of our young people have gone to school, yes, but what they studied is engineering, is medicine, is sociology, is biotechnology. Unfortunately, again, our education system doesn't prepare them to establish entrepreneurship or to become entrepreneurs. And so we must also be able to build, because they have that challenge of becoming business people. So in that perspective, then, we must be able to work with them by providing that business advisory, trying to convert them to become business people. The third challenge, and again, what I see as a solution, is also our government. I said, these brilliant young people, and probably even women of Kenya, they are coming up with brilliant ideas, but sometimes you find, because of how innovative they are, some of the solutions they will make, unfortunately, they can't be able to put them into the market. Why? Because globally, innovation is always ahead of policy. So I will come up with a genuine way that I can be able to package biogas, put it in those LPG cans, but I can't sell it. Why? Because I will be arrested. There's no standards for packaging biogas. So we must also, as a country, as the people, come up with policies and standards that then can be able to support this infrastructure. The second last 2 points, I think, is about information, logical information, so that then they can be able to leapfrog and get to the next level. And finally, is also providing them with what I call access to facilities. For instance, again, the guys in Kakamega, they want to test some geoplasm for some of the trees. Now, facility that you're extending to them for them to be able to succeed in their business. Unfortunately, those mechanisms are not there, because we also work a lot in silos. We are hoping to, bring our own collaborations, which then would push these ideas forward. And if we address those 5 issues, believe me, we will be able to see some traction. We will be able to see the young people of Kenya coming up with the solutions that not only will address the climate change issue, but also will make us to have better livelihoods. Thank you.
Fantastic. So here we are. We have five formulas from Dr. Edward here for all the youth to kind of progress to the next stage or sustainable stage: access to finance, business advisory services, access to facilities, access to information, and the last one was policy kind of issues. So we would like to see enterprises from Kakamega putting these 5 principles into practice and knocking the right doors, including the door we have at UN, so that we can get those one of those 5 or all of those 5, so that we can implement it. Sorry? It was? Repeat those 5. Okay. Maybe you want to do it?
Well, the first one is about that business advisory, that young people need somebody to work with them and provide them with a business, become their consultant, their mentor, their trainer, and their capacity builder. It's also about finance. It's also about enabling environment. Those is the policy and the standards. It's about the information. And finally, I think it's about the access to facilities. A good example is where commercial forestry, we link them to, to Carefree and where we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can go ask the county government also about these 5 things now. Because policy is one of them. So at this point of time, let's take a break. Let's not bore the online audience. Let's take a couple of questions from online audience. Solomon, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. As I capture a few, there is a comment here from Ricky Aguda, who says, it will be great to hear more about drivers for consumption of the products and services that emerge from climate positive oriented investments, such as adoption of solar dryers. Change is a push-pull process, and we seem to be more adept at pushing change rather than creating the consumption-based pull. Case in point, if the market for solar dried products does not exist, why promote the uptake of the solution? That is a point to ponder. I'm going to take a few questions from the floor. So kindly raise your hand. Tobias, please pass the microphone to the lady next to the camera. We also need a few questions from this row. Please go ahead. Tell us your name and keep it brief.
Good afternoon. My name is Edna Kimenju. I'm a sustainability consultant. And to Edward, I don't want, for the sake of the private sector, for you to differentiate what you call cosmetic CSR versus sustainability, and also how do we expand sustainability innovation to products. I don't want to walk into a supermarket and I don't have to weigh which one has more plastic packaging, which one was made. So how do we ensure that everything in the shelf is a sustainable product?
Thank you. Another question to the gentleman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elisha Oranga, CEO and founder of Orange Adventures, the home of magical life experiences. We offer fun, affordable, and sustainable travel. There's been a lot of talks on matters sustainability, climate change actions, and hospitality and tourism is not supposed to be left behind because we are the greatest consumers. First of all, the clients that come into the country, they come for nature, they come for the people, and they also come for our culture. So if we destroy this, it means that we'll not be able to get these clients, and our industry may be able to die. So a point in case, as consumers of this, I know there's been a lot of talks from different, aspects of the country, but not specifically from tourism. As consumers, you know that you have a role to play. On matters, the action, because on the carbon emission, there's a global talk in regards to who are supposed to drive it. Those that are getting the fuel from the ground want to be the ones that are driving it. But we believe that we should be part and parcel of it. I don't know what you're taking in regards to the same. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also another question coming online that does the bank, in its own capacity, carry out monitoring of the projects that they have financed to establish whether or not the clients are doing what is required of them? That is in relation to climate change and sustainability. And then also the final one, there's a number of people asking for your contacts and how they can relate with you. So you can share at least your online platforms so that they can follow you. But we'll also be able to share these questions with you, then you can answer them at a later date. What avenues are available at both organizations to build capacity among SMEs? What avenues are available in both organizations to build capacity among SMEs? Back to you, Vanam. Sorry, yeah, one more question from you.
Once again, my name is Graif Maragia, representing Graimo Agroforestry. Our company is doing commercial agroforestry, whereby we produce 3 seedlings and we sell to schools, and other consumers around. My question is, how can we be supported to reach out to more members? Because we work with 400 male, 800 female, and 600 youth, who total 1,600. How can we be supported to reach to more members? That is one question. Another question is about loaning. In most cases, banks do not consider trees as collateral. When we go to apply for a loan, they come to our nurseries. They don't consider tree seedlings as collateral. How can we be supported to increase seedlings? The last question, Mr. Richard, you earlier stated that you need to support structures. Ourselves, we are working with so many youth groups, women groups, cooperatives, and other small groups. How can we reach out to us to support these structures? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clive. Vanam, we can take those few questions as we also get to give our parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Solomon, and thank you everyone for asking those questions. So I tried to group the questions into two halves so that I can direct few of them to Richard and direct few of them to Ed. To you first. There are two questions which I wanted to pose from the members. One was on the drivers for consumption. How do we ensure that we do capacity building for both demand side as well as supply side? Because there is demand, supply wouldn't understand the demand. There is supply, demand wouldn't understand there would be supply. So that's one question. And the second question is to our friend here, where he's talking about the structures and various other things. So if you can answer those two questions, the remaining questions I think I'll direct to Edward.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thanks to all those who have asked questions. I think, Mr. Moderator, maybe I will loop in the question on the solar dryer, which was about why do we do it if there is no market. I think I will loop that in with the one on demand, sustainability, consumption. This is the point, and I think I'll be very frank on this. Africa is sometimes described as a bedrock of challenges, as a continent of adversity. But what we have missed for quite a very long time is that we do not see challenges as disguised opportunities. In Kenya, for example, 83.6% of the employment is created by the informal sector. 70% of outlets where many of us get our products are from small kiosks. There is even what is called kidogo economy. What is my point? This informal sector have challenges. The mothers in Moya that I mentioned that are losing their rights because they do not have opportunities or innovative instruments to dry them, that's a gap. We do not look at a gap. We start to complain upfront before we seize the opportunity. That is a disabler. It therefore means if you identify the gap, that's already a market. Markets are people. Markets are common peoples, common citizens, ordinary citizens. And when you devise a solution that closes a gap, you will tap into that market. Let me just give a very practical example, which sometimes is emotional. 700,000 Africans die every year because of indoor pollution, because they depend on charcoal. When you bring it down to Kenya here, between 14,000 to 20,000 Kenyans die every year because of indoor pollution. Why? Because they depend on charcoal. They've committed no crime. The only crime is that they don't have an alternative to cook food. If you are able to just learn a skill to turn waste to briquettes, to replace those charcoal, which we are seeing in the work we are doing, simple briquettes that are non-smoky, that burns longer, are actually cheaper than charcoal, and this will help close a gap. That's a market that is worth $20 billion US across the continent and $1.6 billion US in Kenya. So to say that why do you have to develop a solution when there is no market for it means you haven't done your homework. And that is not right. Now, to the demand, I think I've touched that, because if you develop a product without actually having understood the market gap, then definitely that product is going to get lost and you will not be able to actually solve a problem. And then a third point still on that is that we must not always start because we have the tools. It is through experimentation and sometimes through struggle that we find the best innovations that then will attract people who can be able to uptake it. I am saying this because most of the youth, what we've seen through an approach that we call innovative volunteerism, have nothing but what they just wanted was to be inspired that you can be able to do it. They went online and learned skills. And today, these youth have created climatepreneurship enterprises across the continent. That is debunking the myth that without money, we cannot do anything. And I think to the last point on that is an aspect that I think we've not touched about it since morning till now. And I think Dr. Mungai alluded to it in a way. Regardless of the enabling policy in place, regardless of the amount of money in place, if you threw it on passionless people, nothing will happen. It is passion that brings ideas to real-life solutions. And so we need to start seeing how we also inspire people to identify what they have and do something not just because it's going to bring them money, but because they are to solve a problem. And what you need to understand, anytime you solve a problem, you make money. Thank you.
You need to have passion, and with passion comes ability to solve the problem. And if you solve the problem, you have money in your pocket. Simple as that. To the second round of questions, Edward, the first one is about differentiating the cosmetic CSR and the sustainability initiatives. And then there are a slew of questions about banks. How does the bank carry out M&D on the projects that they fund? How do they do it? And there was one question about capacities. How do SMEs have a program for themselves? How do they capacitate themselves? Was another question. And lastly, again, going back to the banks, was about collateral. Is there a solution to that?
Yeah. Thanks, Vanam, for that. And I think just, before I even get to answer my questions, I think it's just, to continue with where Richard was stopping. And this whole discussion about supply versus demand is something that we bumped into, I think, in 2014, 2015 at KCIC, where we saw ourselves really working hard to supply things to the market. But wait a minute. These things we are supplying to the market, they need to have a demand. And that's how within KCIC, what we call KCIC 2.0, we did create the facet of building the demand for sustainable products. And how does that look like? It looks like awareness creation. Because we must tell the stories that Richard is talking about, 14,000 to 20,000 people dying because of in-house pollution. This is what we need to tell our people. The good news is that whenever you go to supermarket, these days is not about putting things and putting you in a shopping cart. We are seeing people reading exactly what is the composition of the product, how sustainable are they, and then they can be able to put it. To give you hard data, I did research last year. 63% of Kenyans want to buy from sustainable companies in the year 2023. If you're a private sector company, you know what that means. What it means is exactly what Edna is asking. What is the difference between cosmetic social responsibility and sustainability? And the difference is very simple. Sustainability is where you embed it into your business model. That which you make, make sure that it is sustainable. It's not about giving dummy checks which you cannot take to that bank. That is what is called cosmetic. It's about PR. Traditionally, CSR, or what you call corporate social responsibility, was handled by marketing and public relations. It's about moving. It was about feeling good and showing that you are doing good. It's moved away from that. It's about doing good is good business. So indeed, you must be able to put it at the highest level of your organization, embed it into the strategy, and move on. And before I forget it, Raisha there asked a very good question, which we didn't pick, and I don't want to miss that question. It's about the tourism sector. It's exactly the same transition. Let's move away from this, a lot of talk. Let's talk about tourism. And for tourism, it's very basic. Why do I say it's basic? It's something we haven't understood. All the people who are buying our tourism products, where are they coming from? Bulk of them are coming from the Western world. Now, the good thing is that here in Kenya and in developing countries, we are trying to push the message and to create that awareness so that people can buy. There, they are already converted. But our market is so difficult to be able to develop a product which is sustainable tourism. And believe me, that person who will be able to come up with that product, saying that you are going into the game parks, you don't have to burn diesel to be able to do that. You don't use plastic bottles. You have sustainable tourism. You can even sell it for a premium, because those markets, at least our market is not paying a premium. Those markets are paying a premium, and there are people who are looking for sustainable stuff. So indeed, it's a call to action for all those in the, including Ministry of Tourism. How can we flip this and make it sustainable and sell it as a sustainable product? And we'll definitely be able to have a lot of buyers for it. Talking about banks and how they are doing that, I think Varnam, you are the best place to speak about that. Varnam is currently working with one of the banks, trying to develop a tool which will help them to do the monitoring and evaluation, both at onboarding of projects, but at the management of projects in terms of environment and social issues. Environment meaning climate change. And maybe, Varnam, you will spend a little bit of time, because truly this is a product which is the first one of kind in this market. Where banks can be able, a bank relationship manager, they visit you, they'll take pictures, they'll be able to put data, and at the end, on the credit side, people can be able to print and say your project is go or not go, depending on how you are dealing with the climate. Finally, there was a question about capacity building for SMEs. This is what KCIC is all about. Our job is to build capacity of SMEs, especially those around issues of climate change. I don't know whether I missed any question. Did I? Yeah, well, and this is the thing that I was talking about, that we are still in that traditional banking, yet it is 2022, next year, where we are saying innovation is what drives, including financial markets. The beauty of it is that I've seen a couple of banks saying we want to do green loans. Now, when you are doing green or climate-related loans, you don't need the collateral. We will have to put mechanisms that then will avoid that collateral. And for your trees, time is coming. When commercial forestry, I think Joram, Kagombe, and Kefri next week or thereabout, we have a huge conference talking about investing in commercial forestry. Indeed, this is what we want, and hopefully trees will become a collateral as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edward, and thank you so much, Richard, for those fantastic answers. Just to go back on the bank, whether they are doing the M&D. So we have this tool, we're calling it Environmental and Social Due Diligence Tool, where the relationship bank manager can go to any borrower, and then they take the data. The tool automatically computes the categorization. It says A or B or C category, and based on the categories, it also gives you the conditions precedent and the covenants that are required for the bank to go ahead and give the loan. So what it does is, it removes all the human elements, it removes the bias aspects, and it is an objective evaluation of a case based on the facts and figures. And it also has the M&D plan based on the conditions agreed, based on the covenants agreed. It also populates a M&D plan, which then the bank relationship manager or the bank credit manager can review on a time-to-time basis whether the enterprise is actually implementing it and where are we in terms of challenges. So that is there, and it's being piloted as we speak. And as Edward was mentioning, it could be a game changer, especially not for banks, but also for the enterprises, because you will not be at the mercy of the relationship manager in that sense. It is an objective evaluation, and if your case is deemed fit, you will be in the system. As simple as that. Thank you for that. And as we conclude, I think we are already over time, but we didn't realize. just as a parting shot, what message would you like to give, Richard, for this entire event, and what should be in store come next year?
Yeah, thanks again, Mr. Moderator, and thanks to those who have asked questions, and to Dr. Mungai here. I think I will go back to what I said. This African proverb summarizes it so nice. If you close your eyes to facts, you will learn through accidents. The facts are very clear. There are challenges, but those challenges are disguised opportunities. But what the private sector needs to do, they should leverage the informal sector as their entry market. You cannot ignore your base and expect that you can survive in anything you do. They are your market. The second parting point is that Africa's youth, and especially Kenya's youth, are the powerhouse of the country and of the continent. Without engaging them to retool their skills, to actually develop passion and interest to become climate action solution providers, we might not be able to implement the NDCs even if we have all the money. It's people that do development. The last part is we cannot ignore the local structures, on which I'll go back to touch a little bit on the question that my friend who is sitting here asked. When you look across the entire African community in Kenya here, there are local structures, whether they are chamas or whether they are cooperatives. Let's build through them and use them as conduits of climate action, because that ensures two things: accountability and traceability. If the private sector can engage through those, we will be helping to build from the bottom up, and at the same time also have institutions that we can strengthen that becomes the champions. And lastly, to build on what Dr. Mungai said, without putting all these aspects within the vision of national development, which is making entrepreneurship to become the norm and not the exception, integrating this into school curriculum, we might not be able to go that far. And on top of that, developing de-risking tool. Kenya collects, I think, about 1 trillion Kenyan shillings in taxes. How can those resources be used to develop de-risking tools that can then be able to leverage on local institutions, whether they are local cooperatives, so that at least resources, especially to those who are doing work that is tied to climate action solutions, can actually be channeled through those institutions, so that there can be traceability and accountability, and that is how we can tap opportunities and turbocharge the bottom to the top. Thank you.
And before I come to you, Edward, I'm sure you have your messages ready, but do you also like to tie in the message of, Dr. Richard was mentioning about institutionalization. So there is an institutionalization which KEPSA is now trying through CBIN. Along with the parting shot, could you also tie and say what CBIN needs to do immediately as step 1, 2, 3 in the next 3 to 6 months or 6 to 12 months?
Yeah, thanks, Vanam, for that question and connect. And to me, actually, it's not about connecting, because these are exactly the 3 points that I have for CBIN. Number one is for us to be able to move one step further. We do need collaborations. Where do you find those collaborations? It can only be through CBIN. The second thing that we need is to build capacity and also have tools that then will help private sector to be able to leap to the next step. Again, where do you find these tools? Is CBIN. And the last point, we need to incentivize those who are doing it so that then we can be able to inspire others. I think one of the big things that we'll have in the next year conference will be an award. We must be able to incentivize those who are doing well as far as those 10 points are concerned. And indeed, again, with the auspices of KEPSA, CBIN, we will be able to pull that through. But my final point and my parting shot is what I have repeated several times, that for private sector doing good, we carry our youth and our women as we get to solve the challenge of climate change. Thank you.
Super. I'm personally super privileged to be in this session moderating this, because there is so much from these two gentlemen that you can learn, and I'm sure everybody picked up your own thoughts as well. So some of the keywords that I picked up was, the first one was about opportunity. So all these points that we are talking about is nothing but an opportunity. How you convert that into an opportunity is something that we need to think through. There is a lot of youth power that we have. How do we leverage that youth power? And there is institutional mechanism that we have through the CBIN, which will be a platform going forward for implementing this 10-point charter. With that, there are many more points. I don't want to take your time, so I'll close with that. With that, I'd like to thank the two panelists for being here and sharing with us your energy, your passion, and more importantly, your knowledge about this. I think the audience has thoroughly enjoyed it, and we look forward to engaging you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a better round of applause. Yeah, I'm just wondering the discussion that they're having as they part ways, probably talking about the good discussion that they have had. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the last session, and we've come to the tail end of the 4CK conference, Corporate Commitment on Climate Change. For those of us who joined in late, we started at 7 a.m. in the morning. We started with speeches, good remarks from Dr. Edward Mungai. Then we had the Chief Executive Officer for KEPSA, Karo Kariuki. We had Peter Ndegwa, represented from Safaricom. Then we had Stephen Jackson addressing us online, the UN Resident Coordinator in Kenya. We were also privileged to have His Excellency Ole Thonke, the Ambassador, Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya. And then Vanam took us through the 10-point charter that I believe each of us has a copy. And then we all went to that board and appended our signatures as a sign of our commitment to tackling climate action. Then we had a panel discussion led by Faith Ngigi from KEPSA, talking about the highlights of private sector strategy on climate change, and the panel discussion was on the progress of private sector in addressing climate change. As we came to the middle of the program, we talked about green finance, a blended finance approach, and we talked about the launch of the green financing report in a panel discussion that was moderated by Christine Mwangi from KCIC Consulting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very, very fruitful discussion led by Prabhakar Vanam, the CEO of KCIC Consulting, on the climate prospectus. And I like the way Richard and Edward have gone over and beyond to explain so many things that are related to climate prospectus that maybe we had not anticipated. We are now coming to the tail end. I will invite my colleague Kennedy Ouma to give us the vote of thanks and also guide us on the next step, especially where we are going to have our lunch. In case we want to contact any of these speakers who are present here, kindly you can catch up with them as we head out for lunch. But the discussion, the whole program is available on YouTube. You can just search Kenya Climate Innovation Center on YouTube. You'll be able to find all that recording for the whole day. We'll also share with you on your respective emails, and we hope you can just have a recap of the very, very fruitful discussions that we have had. My name is Solomon Irungu. Probably I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a communications MC, but as the communication manager, and I'm happy to interact with you, and I'm happy that you've stayed all this long and you've actively participated in the discussion. So come the next event, we'll be happy again to, let's keep the conversation forms. You can send us an email, you can send us an inquiry, you can reach out to us for partnerships, and thank you for joining in. Kennedy, before you make your remarks, I'd like to give, with your permission, this chance to the audience. I see a friend of mine all the way from Nakuru. to tell us just in a nutshell what he thinks of the whole discussion and whether it has been very fruitful to him. So Tobias, are you there with the microphone? Just tell us how you felt about the whole discussion. Yes. Or a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's working? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ben. Household and industrial energy needs, including powering electric vehicles with a view to facilitate resiliency, the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you enjoy the session? Did you enjoy the session?
Question.
The session. Did you enjoy?
My workshop is on the Jogo Road, opposite Uchumi, Botera Estate. That is Makandara area. Thank you.
Thank you. He definitely had a good time, and welcome again. Kennedy, over to you.
You know, you can enjoy until you don't even know what to say, yeah? Okay, it is my pleasure at the last few minutes of this session to appreciate you. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. The private sector in Kenya plays a pivotal role in mainstreaming climate resilience through a multi-sectoral approach. To this end, the objectives of this conference were as follows: to demonstrate the efforts of private sector in mitigating climate change in Kenya, to identify gaps and interventions in climate change and climate action. 3, to develop a national roadmap for a sustainable climate action driven by private sector. And finally, but not the least, to promote the concept of sustainability within the private sector. As we've heard, these have all been addressed by all our speakers as well as panelists, those 3 panel sessions. Importantly, the signing of the 10-point private sector commitment on climate change mitigation is timely. It is coming at a time when the world leaders continue with climate resilience discussion at the COP26, currently going on at Glasgow. Consequently, as we've all heard today, it is our collaboration, commitments, and actions that will drive a more adaptable private sector value chain. And therefore, all of us are going to be part and parcel of the process. Now, colleagues, without a doubt, if we leverage on the power of private-public partnerships, we will achieve more and, importantly, drive the achievement of the NDCs. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who have ensured this conference is a success. Indeed, it was a journey. And most importantly, our funding partner, IKEA Foundation, in absentia, and they have been following this conference virtually, and they're part and parcel of us. So we thank you so much for collaborating with us and supported us from the beginning. To KEPSA and to Faith in Specific, who have been championed, who actually championed this idea since inception. We've walked a journey with KEPSA. We've walked a journey with CAM, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and as well as some of our partners, AMREF. I don't know whether Martin was able to, not yet, but I think AMREF, now our partners, Nation Media Group, and all other partners who directly and indirectly contributed in participating and also organizing this conference. We owe you and we thank you in a very big way. To KCIC for leading from the front. To my colleagues at KCIC Consulting for the support and for working tirelessly to make this event a success. I also don't want to forget all the participants who have been joining us virtually, both listeners as well as speakers. I think they've had the biggest tasks. Being online for almost 6 or so hours, from 7 in the morning to now. And it is good that as we speak, we have around 100 plus who are still listening to us. So I want to appreciate you and thank you in a very special way. Now, our work has just begun. As you've been told, this is just the beginning. We want to walk a journey. Then we will meet again at the end of, maybe around by the end of next year, and assess our footstep. Where have we reached? So, and we assure you all that we'll continue to track the progress of the 10-point charter that we just signed, and we'll come back next year and report, of course, the status. That said, I want to announce that just in case you came in late when we had signed the board, kindly, as we'll be leaving for lunch, just go there and sign so that at least you can be recorded as part of the people who have committed today. Now with that, I want to announce again that we have a couple of gifts for some of us. Might not be all, if all fine. But as you'll be going for lunch, please pass through the registration desks that you saw first when you just arrived. We'll be having our lunch, and there's a lady called Nancy, one of our colleagues, who should show us where. So Nancy will be at the exit. So all of us will be at the exit. Nancy will be there, and we'll get direction to where we'll be having our lunch. And remember, this is just the beginning. The 4C second edition will be there next year, bigger and better. Thank you so much. So I request that kindly all the panelists, speakers, moderators can leave first, then all of us can then follow them in that order. Don't forget to pick your gift at the reception.
You want to succeed in sales or in any type of business job, you have to write well. I'm going to show you the keys to writing.